Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Lilin, Marzi, Notclegs, how you all doing? Quiet as well. Hope everyone is doing well today. Right, we have Enderium to make. We finished, I don't even remember what we finished doing yesterday. Oh, and Zidik's raiding as well. Welcome, Zidik. Welcome, Zidikians. How you all doing? How was the stream, Zidik? I hope it was good. What were you up to? We have literally just got started, and the first thing we need to do, actually, is speed this up. Well, speed this up. And possibly this. But we'll sort that out in a minute. Thank you for that follow as well, I appreciate it. Stream was good, got your squid farm started. Nice. I'm assuming you're in need of the ink sacks. Alright, what was I gonna speed this up to? For the minute we're running this at IV. I think I wanted to speed this up to LUV, and then this was going to run at ZPM. Just because we're not getting, basically we need radon from this. Because this is distilling liquid ender air. Yep. So what do you need the ink sacs for? The dark prismarine by any chance? That's usually my use for most ink sacs, I think. Dye and dark prismarine, yeah. I figured it would be. Right, so at the moment we're running this at... Anyway, for those just joining us, welcome. I am Chicheva, primarily modded Minecraft player. We are currently playing Monifactory. We're getting well into the late game now. Progressing ever so slowly towards endgame. But right now, we've just got a bunch of circuit crafting bits and pieces set up and automated and passived. Now we need to start kind of progressing a little bit further through the quest book. Mostly into... Today I want to get Enderium sorted out. We got most of it done. Most of the things we need to passive this set up yesterday. So we didn't have the Tantalum or the Resonant Clathrate. So we should be able to passive Enderium now. Although I could really do with more Osmium. And more Iridium as well. Wizard of Money yesterday, got your first stack of iron. Got to figure out how you want to set up a base and such. We're just starting out, seeing how the pack feels. That's the best way you can start any pack though, really, isn't it? Just kind of give it a little bit of time, try it out, see if it it gels for you. And if it doesn't, then no harm done. You've just lost a bit of time. And if it does, then you've got a fantastic pack to play. Anyway, yeah, we got most of this sorted out. I think we should have blue steel anyway. I was kind of working under the assumption that we did, and we do have blue steel. So yeah, we've got everything we need to passive Enderium now. But yeah, we needed to improve our radon production at the moment, because right now our only way of generating radon is via the distillation tower. And we're only getting 1 bucket at the minute, actually every 200 seconds, I think. Given how fast we're actually making the liquid ender air. So we want to speed this up. We want to basically double the speed of this so it's going every 50 seconds, but we also want it to run every 50 seconds. So we need to be able to make 200 buckets of liquid ender air in 50 seconds. And I think to do that, we need to be running at ZPM, so it's basically 4 buckets a second. Yeah. So we need to be running the vacuum freezer at ZPM and the distillation tower at LUV. And we may also need to... I do have an energy hatch. Perfect. And we may also need to speed up the air collection as well. Alright, let's grab ZPM energy hatch. As to, how have you been finding your first little bit of Monifactory? So I usually find like that first kind of few hours in a Greg Tech pack usually kind of quite often dictate like whether someone's going to enjoy it or not. Right, how much liquid ender air are we making? At the moment, we are running that at HV. Although it is underclocked from EV. So at HV, we are getting... Where are we? 1 bucket per second. And we need basically 4 buckets per second. So we do actually need to speed this up significantly. So basically we'll be getting, with this, we'll be getting 10 buckets every 5 seconds. Yeah, we need to speed that up again. We need to put that at IV. Which we do not have a recipe for at the moment. Alright, no worries, quiet. We'll still be here. I hope. Alright, so if we go and stick this in here, we are starting to run out of space for patterns. So we're going to need to sort that out soon. Twilight, how's it going? How have things been going with Immersive Revolution? Right, so if we do that, and then we need to upgrade that to an IV output. And what do we need circuit-wise? Circuit 3. Yeah, 3 seconds, but that'll be 2.5 seconds for 10 buckets. Hold on, so 10,000 divided by 2.5. 4 buckets a second. And we need to get 50 buckets in... Sorry, 200 buckets in 50 seconds. Yeah, so that'll be perfect. So that'll get us just enough. We do need to make sure that gets pushed out into there, though. Do we have... How's the PM energy hatch now? We do. Beautiful. Enjoying it so far. The diamond mining tools to start definitely helps. Feels not a lot. Yeah, it does help a huge amount, doesn't it? 100% agree with that. Right, so that gets switched out for the ZPM energy hatch. And that one gets switched out for the LUV energy hatch. And that should... hopefully allow these to run pretty much consistently. We'll have to wait for like 50 seconds to see. Up to 30k downloads. Damn, what were you on before it got featured? Yeah, I agree, Stu. Like, especially if it's your first kind of foray into Greg Tech, having that early game sped up a little bit makes it a lot more accessible. Questbook answered your question when you found the distillery quest line. Ah, okay. What was the question? Make a distillation tower, I have to have the right amount of ports. Ah, okay, right. What did the quest book say, out of curiosity? I should start... No. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh. There's the problem. This isn't transferring quick enough. Ah, okay. So... would this be easier just to... I'd have preferred this to have been... a little better than this, but... Yeah, that'll have to work. I would have liked to have had that buffer in there, but... we can't really have that and have it still run quickly enough. But that should allow this to run constantly then. It might not this next time, but... It was 2K before, damn. It will work, Guitar Lilin. I think. If I remember rightly, it will work, but it will just cut off some of the outputs. I think we tested this. Because I was looking to see... I was looking to see whether I could use quad output hatches on it. I didn't think I could, but I was curious. But I think, say if we go with... heavy fuel. Or let's just hydro crack. If you say you only put 5 outputs on, it will do... I think it starts from there and then goes there. That one will come in, that one will come in, that one will come in, that will come in, and that will come in. But that last one won't. And I think each time you take one off, it will take off one output. So there's generally very little point in not having all of them there. But I think it does still work. Sorry, that was probably way more information than you actually needed in that situation, wasn't it? Feels like you missed most of the day, been awake 2 hours. You've not missed much, except for Zid Extreme. You missed that. That's something you probably don't want to miss. I just want to make sure this does continue straight away. Eight, 7, 6, 5. Come on. I'm so impatient. Hey, there we go. Right, okay, so that is now running every 50 seconds. It's still not a huge amount of radon. Radon... the reason we need radon, by the way, is for making geranium. We need 125 millibuckets of radon for every 16 millibuckets of geranium. And this is where we've still got... I've made sure we've still got... plenty of radon in there. I've stopped it at 1,024 buckets, so it doesn't make any more geranium then. And then it only starts again once we have... How much? Over 1,200 buckets. Then just basically because every time this thing turns on... it's not actually on at the minute, despite appearances. Every time this thing turns on, it uses about 1.6 million EU just to turn it on. So you don't want it turning off and on again constantly. Is this the one is this actually running at the moment? It is, yeah. So yeah, that's where our radon comes in. We don't get a better method of getting radon until we get the next tier of fusion reactors, where we can make it from liquid gold and mercury at a very decent rate. So... we'll be setting that up to passive when we get to that point. Anyway, right. What we're supposed to be doing right now is making Enderium. Which we will be making over here. So Enderium. What do we actually need for this? We need an EV mixer. Although I think I am going to do an IV one for this. And if we set this up like that, we're also going to need an interface. We're going to need a robot arm. I'm hoping to also try and get to Glacio today as well. Yep, it is definitely September already. All right, we're also going to need an export, threshold export bus for exporting the primal mana. We're going to need an emitter to shut this thing off and a machine controller. And that should be, I think, everything we need. Hopefully. Oh, and peer-to-peer power. All right, so interface on there. Oh, and a monitor as well. Can't forget the monitor. Oh, I also want to try and kind of redo all of my hostile neural network stuff today as well, if we have time. I am kind of tired today, though, so it may end up being a slightly shorter stream than normal. I'm hoping not, but we'll see. All right, so we need to output, or import, rather, lead dust, platinum dust, blue steel dust, tantalum dust, resonant clathrate. And then we need to bring that underneath there. And completely mess up placing the threshold export bus. And then we need to export primal mana. Wait, wrong one. We want to make sure we always keep, say, 512 buckets in stock. I don't know how much we're actually stocking right now. Oh. Okay. We might need to go and increase that a little bit. That's circuit crafting. That's not where we want to be. Primal mana is being made over here, right? That's the primal mana dust. Wait a minute. How am I even doing this? Wait a second. Right, that's shutting off when we've got below 256 buckets of primal mana. So when have I got... Ah, there we go. So if we set this to 1024 buckets of primal mana, that should keep going. I think that should be fine. So that should only output when there's over 512 buckets. So that'll take a minute or two for that to get up to over 512 buckets. Or we could just set this to 256, which should also be fine. And then that will start outputting to there. I don't think we need acceleration cards in there at the moment. We do need storage for the Enderium, though. Which we're not going to be storing a ton of the dust. Unless, wait, do we need Enderium dust for anything else? Does that get turned into anything except ingots? Enderium glass. That's about it. Oh, and Enderium coolers as well, but... Another rotation around the sun, you swear it gets faster the older you get. There's a simple trick to stopping that, Wolfie. Just stop getting older. Go and live in Neverland with Peter Pan or something. Alright. Enderium dusts. Right. That goes in there. And then... We'll just keep, say, 128 of these in stock. We don't want to kind of tear through all of the osmium that we have. Right, and then we need to put lead dust, platinum dust, blue steel dust, tantalum dust, and resonant clathrate in there. That should be fine. Okay, we just got to set the output. And I'm assuming we need a circuit for this. We do not. What am I missing? What did I miss? Lead, platinum, blue steel, osmium, tantalum. Oh, the osmium. There we go. Right, so that will give us Enderium dust. We don't need anything special to cool this, do we, that we don't already have? So I know for Cryolobus, which is one of the other things we want today, to sort out today, we do need jelly cryothium for it. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we're going to need jelly cryothium for it. So the first, basically, right, for making all the Cryolobus, and I think we do need to make a lot of Cryolobus in this. For anybody not aware, Cryolobus is this stuff, basically. So you'll need at least an aqueduct coils in your blast furnace to smelt Cryolobus, as well as a healthy supply of cetane-boosted diesel or gasoline to reach the immense heat it takes to liquefy. Cryolobus gets so hot that it requires the potent coolant jelly cryothium to aid your vacuum freezer in turning it into usable ingots. There are several ways to make Cryolobus. Dust can be smelted into ingots, but you can also turn Warden tendrils, which contain Cryolobus, directly into ingots. It uses a lot of combustion fuel, but is the most efficient way to craft it. You've been stockpiling fuel, right? Sort of. All the ingredients for it I have. So that's kind of what we need to make. So there's a few ways to make this. There's the Cryolobus dust, which I actually haven't even looked at yet. That's Manulin dust and Skulk Catalyst. Skulk Catalyst we can get from the Warden prediction. Manulin is Cobalt and Ardite and Primal Mana. The other option is this, the Warden Tendrils. Warden Tendrils, you need Warden prediction, and basically you'll get one of those every 50 seconds. So 200 seconds for 2 ingots, roughly, is what this will take, assuming we only use one Warden thing. So I think the tendrils are going to be the way to go. We do need to make the Warden prediction, though, the Warden data model, which means we need Deep Dark data, which means we need Impossible Realm data, which I can't remember how the hell we get. Oh, it's just from Enderman predictions, isn't it? That's right. I have a feeling we're going to need a lot of this stuff later, the Impossible Realm data. I know we did in... Oh, maybe not. I know we needed... Oh, maybe we will, actually. Yeah, we needed a lot of... some of the realm data in Monifactory. Not so much in this, it seems. Anyway, right, we are going to need to make a Warden data model. We'll worry about that in a little while once we get to the Cryolobus. We need to do the Enderium first. But anyway, as far as the jelly cryothium goes, we can make jelly cryothium relatively easily. It's just a case of melting down cryothium dust, which we should already have passived. We do, and we can make the jelly cryothium. We've got the jelly cryothium craftable. But there's an easier way to get this, and that is once we get to Glacio, we can fluid drill it from there. So we should be able to get as much as we can possibly need from there relatively easily. So that is the plan. But in order to get to Glacio, we need the Tier 4 rocket, which requires Cryolobus. So once we've got to our first however many Cryolobus we're actually going to need for this, we can start looking at going to Glacio, I think. For right now, though, we got to go and set up a EBF for Enderium. Which, did we set that up last stream? I feel like we did. No, we didn't. We set up the Naquita one. But we should be able to do it with Enderium, right? Ooh, it's going to be slow going, though. I guess we could do it as ZPM. We'll even just not store too much of the Enderium. I don't even know how much Enderium we need. And we might have to upgrade some of the coils past Naquita. If we go up to Trinium coils, how much do we get energy-wise? Or heat-wise? 9,001. So that should give us one perfect overclock. Hold on. Where was it? What was it? 9,001. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah. So yeah, for every 1,800 Kelvin over the recipe requirements, you get one perfect overclock. So that would give us one perfect overclock to ZPM. So that would take it from 80 seconds down to 20 seconds. But we'd also have how many tiers? How many would actually get a little bit of extra power from the, or extra heat from this as well? So it's 100 Kelvin. Every power tier above MV gives you an extra 100 Kelvin. So MV to HV, EV, IV, LUV, and it'll be ZPM. So that gives us about another 600. Yeah, not quite enough to get us another perfect overclock. But if we do this on ZPM, this should be good. We also do need to make trinium coils as well. So we're going to need to make 26 of those because we're going to have to change this as well. So electric blast furnace, heat-proof casings. We need a maintenance hatch. We need a muffler hatch. We need an input bus. I apparently can't type for shit today. We're also going to need another ZPM energy hatch. So nice to not have to be worrying about power during all this. All right. Well, as long as your well-being is starting to get better as well, Quiet. That's kind of more important than the sink, I would say. Right, now we just gotta wait for everything. Am I to judge the sink's importance? I mean, I don't know the sink. I know Quiet. I know Quiet is not an inanimate object. Well, at least I think she isn't. But, you know, I feel slightly more, concerned for Quiet than the sink, I have to say. How you doing, Fraggle? Right, what are we waiting on at the minute? More coils, import bus. Why is the import bus taking so long? I'm assuming... What is taking so long with this? I'm assuming stuff is... Oh, stuff's getting held up by the trinium coils, isn't it? Oh no, that's not good. Quite, Guitar Lilin. Is it fixable? How are we doing? We're doing all right. Our average output has definitely gone up significantly. You need fluorine? I'm guessing you're not at the point where you can can make is it deep sleep? You're alive. Alive is good. As far as I'm concerned, at least. Alive is definitely good. Right, what do we need? Right, let's actually start getting the other bits sorted out while we're waiting. So we need our emitter. We just stood here doing nothing at the minute, which is not good. And we'll keep going with this until we have... We'll just keep 256 in stock to start with. And then we will sort that out as needed. I'm going to need those in a minute. Also going to need a machine controller. Wait a minute, how many trinium coils did I make? 26. Well, yeah, I did make the right amount. I was going to say, how many did I make? Did I make too many? I did not. We made the right amount. There we go. Trinium coils. I hope we don't need an aqueduct for a minute. All right. We'll call them tomorrow. The money is on their account, but with the wrong identifier. Ah, okay. Have you got any kind of proof to say that like you did actually, that's in the wrong place, that you did actually do what you're saying? Like, if they do decide to get a little bit weird with it, are you able to kind of prove that you sent the money? Because surely they'd have a record of where that money came from as well, not just the identifier. Only HV generating deep state isn't away, but deep state dust is that you'll now use. Ah, okay, yeah, see, I didn't store any of my deep slate dust. I didn't even think about it at the time. There we go. And then we just want to turn you onto... Wait a minute, what do we need in order to make this? Hold on. In order to do the Krypton. How much Krypton do we have? Oh, yeah, actually, you know what? I think I am gonna actually use Krypton for the Enderium. I think we saved... Do we save power as well? Oh, yeah, actually, I really should be using the fluids for all of these. I do need to go through and switch them all over. Because so far I didn't bother because they were passive and I didn't need them faster, but saving power like that is definitely going to be worthwhile. Especially since we should have plenty of these coming through. Especially since it's only like 10 millibuckets, I think it was, per ingot. Wait a minute. What did I screw up here? It was Krypton, right? Oh, it's circuit 2, not 11. What? Oh, fuck's sake. I've been playing Greg Tech. I've been playing Greg Tech New Horizons again. And the fluid boosted recipes and EBFs are on circuit 11 on that. Right, what about an Aquador? Since we're doing this, we've just got this one set up. We'll do it with an Aquador dust as well. Argon. Where are we even getting argon from at this point? Am I going to need to speed this up? Oh, just liquid air. We might want to speed this up, actually. Oh, probably to LUV. Or possibly just IV would probably be good enough. We'll leave it for now. We'll see. If we start running out of stuff, we'll deal with it then. I've just realized we haven't got storage yet for Enderium. LV machines running. Get limonite to start your craft to your diamond dolly. Wither Skelly farm. Why the Wither Skelly farm? Oh, right, yeah, sorry, yeah, I forgot you deciding you wanted to use Nether Star pipes. Are you 100% sure you can make them? Have you checked the power tier of every recipe? Of every kind of step on the recipe? In that case, I wish you the best of luck. By the way, Nether fortresses are a pain in the ass. Okay, how long does it take to do the cutting for that? I'm kind of curious if it's longer or if it's more or less time than diamonds. 51 seconds. Holy shit, that's not bad. It takes like to cut one block of diamond at LV takes like I think it's like 780 seconds or something. It's like something that's like 11 minutes. I think 11 or 12 minutes, something like that, to cut one block of diamond. It's ridiculous. Such a pain in the ass. That's just using water as well. That's a good way of doing it. That's not a bad way of doing it. I don't know if they've changed the wither in the pack or not, though. Have you looked into that? What do we need for swords? You beat it already? Ah, nice. Where did you spawn it? Oh, in the ceiling. Wait, have they got flat bedrock? Oh no, you actually did the proper fight. You didn't cheese it. Nice. I still feel like this is far more work than you should reasonably bother to do for pipes in LV, but I appreciate the efforts you're going through for it. Anyway, there we go. We have Enderium. Enderium is now passived. Beautiful. Okay, right. So, next thing, we have got to get Warden Tendrils. Actually, no. Do we want to do... I think we want to redo our entire hostile neural networks setup. See, this is one of the things I love about, like, Minecraft in general, is that there are so many different approaches to take to it. Like, I would never have thought to bother taking the approach that you're doing, Larvae. Seems like it'll work, but I never would have thought to do it. Oh, what can we get with a tier 6 microminer? My concern is that you get to a certain point, you've spent all this time doing this, and you get to a certain point, and then you just kind of run out of steam with it because you've either got bored or things are taking too long. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Oh, we can get a rarest metal mixture from this. Stabilized Einsteinium or Skulk Catalyst. 1 Skulk Catalyst. The fuck is that all about? Why would you ever use that mission? That's such a weird way to go about it. Anyway, right. That's fair. Embedium crashed again, Guitar Lilin. Have you put... Is there an issue tracker for it? Have you actually put... Have you put anything on the issue tracker? And has anybody responded? Anyway, right. Hostile neural networks. We're going to need to do a whole bunch of maths again for this, so I can... Because it's been a long time since I've figured this out. We still know the basic maths, the basic thing of... Do I just want to go and try and go through all this maths again from the very top? So it's been a while since I've done this. Crash Report says there are conflicts with the mods and not to go to Embedium with it. That's fair. Okay, right, so what was the maths between... I've got to try and remember the maths of these. Pulsating prediction matrices. These get used up basically 1 every 50 seconds. No, what? Sorry, 1 every 15 seconds per data model. Right, and I might need to mute the music for me for a minute. Right, I think we're going to get rid of this as well. Give me that back. Right, we're going to... I wish there was a way to clear all of this. Because there is a lot... Oh, wait, can I do that? Oh, I was hoping I could... Oh, no, I can do that, though. Aha, that works. All right. There we go. Right, okay. And with those... All right, so...
Oh, I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
All right, enjoy the lurk, Larvae, and good luck with the Nether Star, whatevers. Right, okay, so... I'm going to do the maths for this again. So, if we base these on... Embedium Instance tainted by mods. Better FPS. Oculus. Bokium? Bokium? No idea what that is. Colorless leaves. Strange. Anyway, I think the thing that usually slows us down is ender pearls, right? So ender pearls, and yes, I've done all this this before. I do like to go over it again because mostly I've forgotten what the maths is for it. Anyway, right. So with each Enderman data model, you get 6 ender pearls, roughly 6 ender pearls, roughly every 50 seconds. That's the way it works out. So you're getting 1 ender pearl every 0.12 seconds. I've got to try and remember how the fuck to do the maths with this now. Those are going to be the fun bit. I wish there was a better way of getting resonant ender. So each ender pearl will get you 1 resonant clathrate. Each resonant clathrate will get you... Okay, so each Enderman data model should get you, what, 4 every... Hold on. How long does it take to get 1 ender pearl? Hold on. This might be a painful thing to watch. Roughly every 8.3 seconds, you're getting 1 ender pearl. So you'll be able to make 4 of these every 8.3 seconds. Assuming you do everything to keep up with this. So 4 of those every 8.3 seconds. Or roughly 2.075 seconds per prediction matrix. You're using 1 every 15 seconds. Which is 7.2. Yeah, so that is the math rate. So 7.2. So you can run 7.2 predictions, 7.2 data models per Enderman data model. And one of those will obviously include the Enderman itself. So 6.2 predictions per 6.2 predictions per Enderman data model. That doesn't change at any point, I don't think, right? So 7.2 data models Enderman per Enderman model, and then one of them was used by the Enderman model. So basically 6.2 ones per that. So if we wanted to set this up, if we run this at if we run this at, say, hang on, first of all, which is the bit that's going to slow us down with all this? Not this bit. I don't think. So if we say we run this at IV now, we've currently been running it at HV. This should allow us to do, what, 4 times as many data models? Should we choose to use them? So if we run this at IV, we need one of the clay shouldn't be a problem. Pulsating dust, we need 1 every 0.75 seconds. Annoyingly, I don't know how quickly we can do that, but we should be able to do it with the furnace that we've got. If not, we can upgrade it. Then the resonant clathrates, we need 1 of these every 0.75 seconds. So again, at IV. The resonant ender, it's not going to be a problem either. That could just run at EV. And that will be fine. Now, we could actually do this if we did this at EV, because now we can actually, now we've got LCRs, we can speed this up a little bit. To, if we did this at EV, we could get one of these every 0.35 seconds. That would mean we'd need, that would give us one resonant cloth rate every 0.35 seconds. Which would mean, hold on. One of these every 0.35 seconds. Actually, have we got a better way of doing this yet? What if we can get uraninite faster? Probably not. I'm sidetracking myself here. So 0.35 seconds. And then that would mean we would get 4 of these in 0.35 seconds, but we would need to run that at LUV. I'm gonna say, so I've had no issues with it at all, Gitolan, so that would make sense. But we could run this at LUV, and I honestly don't think that would be a problem, because we wouldn't be running this constantly, especially if we're not using all the data models that we have. So 0.35 seconds. So we run this at LUV. The alloy smelter, I mean, we probably wouldn't even need to run this at LUV. It would depend on, because if we use the multi-smelter, I don't know how fast we would need to... I don't know what energy tier we would need to have this running at to the multi-smelter to do it, but we may as well do it with the multi-smelter. That way we can easily upgrade that as well. It makes the maths a little bit more tricky if I don't know how much we can actually smelt with that. Hold on. Let's do a quick test here. Multi-smelter doesn't actually give you any indication of how fast it is. I guess that would be in the coils, wouldn't it? So say we use an aqua coils in the multi-smelter. We could do 256, so in parallel. So wait, so when it says 4 EU per tick per recipe, would that be 1024 EU per tick? Or would that be 4 EU for all 256 of them per tick? I've never been entirely sure with these. I think this is the alloy smelter, right? So that is... Okay. Well, that did 4 stacks in 8 ticks, in a few ticks, and that is only running at IV, so I think we'll be fine with the multi-smelter for that. And then the good thing about the multi-smelter is, again, we can upgrade it a lot easier than just, like, single-block machines. Although that's actually not true anymore, really, is it? Like, single-block machines, now we're using peer-to-peer for power transfer. It should be fine. But yeah, we could use an alloy smelter for this. The pulsating dust, again, we could actually use a multi-smelter for that as well. So we wouldn't be limited by any of these. We'd just be limited by making the clay, which we could make as fast as we possibly need to. That shouldn't be a problem. And making the resonant cloth rates, which, again, we could do in an LCR. I would do this in a different LCR to the final output. If we did this in an LCR, we could just, again, run this at EV, and that would be fine. Then we would need to be able to get the extractor. Yeah, running it as an extractor running at EV would be fine as well. Getting the nether quartz. Getting the nether quartz is a little bit trickier. Because we need that running at IV. Assuming we use that method, which I think is really the only option we have. Yeah, that's pretty much the only option we've got. So electrolyzing the glass, we'd need to run that at IV, which means we would need 4 glass every 0.3 seconds. I hope our oxygen can keep up with this. We'd only need to run this at like HV to keep up with that. Yeah, this should be easy enough to do. And be somewhat easy to upgrade later as well. I do like to do... I know like a lot of people probably don't bother with doing the kind of the maths of all of it. I love doing that though. I think we're going to do it down here. I think we're going to set up the actual production for the stuff over here. And then we'll do all of the data, all the actual data models over here and potentially into there if we need to as well. So that is the plan, I think. So we're going to need a couple of multi-smelters. Which I don't actually have a recipe for, so let's fix that. To be fair, I wasn't really expecting to need more multi-smelters than the 2. Wait. Wrong tab. We'll probably end up putting this on a sub-network as well, because again, this is not something... you don't care about the maths, but you make more maths for after you see a few streams from me. I like, not everybody does enjoy the kind of the math side of it. Personally, I love it. I really enjoy doing, like, figuring out exactly. This is one of the reasons I love GregTech, is that everything in it is quantifiable. You can work out exactly what you need in a given situation for pretty much anything. And I love that level of control with it. Now you get log messages about getting disconnected and timeouts, but 0 messages in the log about connecting. So wait, you're getting disconnected without getting connected in the first place. Something doesn't feel quite right about that. Can't quite put my finger on it, but something doesn't feel quite right. Right, we should have a bunch of Naquita coils here. We only need 13. I said to sit still for 20 minutes. What have you been doing so far, Quiet? Are we going to do these at IV or EV? I think I'm going to do EV energy hatches for now for these. And the same for the other ones. And then we'll upgrade them if we need to. And after complaining, it started working by itself. Oh, by the way, Gitalan, you know the church that got moved? One of the things one of the kind of the architecture based Instagram things that I follow did something on that. I did kind of like, they had kind of like a time lapse of the church moving. It's really cool to watch. I'm going to assume we need to put maintenance hatches and whatnot in these. Do I need... I probably need muffler hatches as well, right? Why can I never remember? Yeah, we need a muffler hatch. We need maintenance. Then just power, input, and output. Okay. We'll worry about, well, for the most part, we'll worry about the hatches in a minute or two. We'll just get stuff, like, figured out. Like, before we go into too much detail, like, how we're laying everything out, we'll try and figure out where everything's going to go first. Because we're not going to put everything in order with this, I don't think. We're just going to get everything in there, and then we'll move stuff around as we need to. Pretty cool to see in video too, and watching that chat where people were like, why has it stopped? So wait, how long did the whole journey take again? I know it was quite a while. 2 days. So yeah, it's gonna be, it's gonna look slow. And like it's not moving, isn't it? Right, so that will be the 2 LCRs. Again, we're not worrying about putting hatches in yet. We just want to get the structure down so we know where it's going. We don't really need to make any more PTFE cases. So we've got the 2 multi-smelters, one for as an alloy smelter, one as just a smelter. The 2 LCRs. What do we need the 2 LCRs for again? We need one for doing the dust. One for resin and ender. Wait a minute. Did I need 2 LCRs for this? Yeah, I think we do. I want to make sure we've got, like, everything is running at the same time. So we need an alloy smelter for that. We've got that. We need the chemical reactor for making the clay. We do still need to make the dust, so that needs to go through a forge hammer. I wish we had a way. I wish we had, like, infinite dust cells. That'd be nice. But anyway, right, we've got infinite cobblestone, so that's not a problem with those. We just need to put in the forge hammers. I think we might need to use both sides of this for actually making this. So I might shift this along so we've got a little bit of space in between them. So rather than having it right up against there, we'll do that, yeah. Wait, no. Should be there. Yeah, we'll have that there. That's going to bug me. Even though it's not staying there, I've got to put that in the middle. All right. It's about 16 hours. Still a long time, though. Actually, we can put the energy hatches in here at the minute as well. So, right. So, alloy smelter for the final stage. Chemical reactor for turning the dust into clay. We'll need to do the dust separately, but that's fine. I do wish there was a better way of doing this. I guess we could do... There's a multi-block forge hammer as well, isn't there? The large material press. If that wasn't so freaking big, I would consider using that for it. But I think I'd prefer to just do it in single block machines for that. It's not really a big deal, just for making the dust. And I would like to have it separate from everything else, just so it's kind of its own contained system. So yeah, we need the chemical reactor for that. We need 2 forge hammers for, no, 3 forge hammers. 1 for gravel, cobble to gravel, gravel to sand, sand to dust. Wait, no, we're going to need more forge hammers than that as well, aren't we? Because we need to do, we're going to need 5. Yeah, 5 forge hammers in total. Because we need 2, one of them stopping and making sand, and one of them making dust. Anyway, right. So I'll have those separated. And then the smelting goes in the regular, the multi-smelter, the resonant clathrate. This goes in one of the LCRs. So one of the LCRs will be making the resonant clathrate. One of them will be making clay. Again, we could do them both in the same thing, but I prefer to have, I like to have separation of responsibilities. The resonant ender this will have to be just a single block extractor, and if we make an IV one, that should be fine for if we upgrade it. And if we need to, we'll underclock it for the time being to EV, and then if we need to, we can not overclock it. I'll kind of remove the underclock and put it back to IV if we need to. And then the nether quartz, this is the annoying bit. The electrolyzer is going to have to be IV. Wait, hang on, so the electrolyzer is going to have to be IV. The arc furnace, we need 4 glass every 0.35 seconds, so 0.7 seconds. So the arc furnace could arguably be MV, but we'll do an EV arc furnace. I guess we could do IV. Let's do an IV arc furnace. Then we've got more space to upgrade if we need to. And then the sand again should be fine. I was worried about oxygen. We really don't need to worry about oxygen. It's only 20 millibuckets per operation, so that's fine. And then for the sands, we need 1 sand every... What did we say we were going to do it at? 1 sand every... 2 sand every 0.35 seconds, I think, right? So 1 sand every 0.175-ish. So we could just do these at EV, but again we'll do them at IV and then underclock and then overclock them again as needed. And I think, is that all the single block machines we need? Wait a minute, I didn't see that recipe before. I never looked at that recipe. I don't know. I don't want to have to do all the maths for if we're making PBI quickly enough for this. Because we could double the output of the pulsating dust by using PBI. And rather than 8 turning into 32, it would be 8 turning into 64. And you get 64 every 10 seconds as opposed to... Oh, okay, no, it's probably not worth doing it, honestly. Like, the stuff that we've got going into this is cheap as hell anyway, so we'll just keep it the simpler way. This is actually faster to do anyway, I think. Oh, no, it's slower barely. If we run it at LUV, it's slower barely. Although it technically won't be slower in the multi-smelter. Anyway, yeah, that's fine. Right, so we need forge hammers. We needed 5. 2 to turn cobble to gravel, 2 to turn gravel to sand, and then 1 to turn, sand to dust. We need the forge hammers. We need an arc furnace, which we are doing at IV as well. And then we need the electrolyzer. How's the Enderium doing anyway? 156. Wait. Why have we got 156 Enderium? Why is the Enderium still going up? I thought I set that to shut off at 128. Oh no, I did 256. Okay. That's fine. Alright, where do we need to be? We need to be over this side. The next question is, how do we do the actual... How do we do the rest of this? Like, we've got to figure out how we're going to distribute all of the data models and kind of have everything distributed and sent into loop fabricators. I've also got to figure out how many data models we can actually run from this. I guess that will depend on how many Enderman data models we can run. Okay, right. We need to do a little bit more maths here before I carry on. If we're doing this at essentially LUV, if we're assuming this is going to be running at 0.35 seconds, we're getting 4 every 0.35 seconds. That's 4 every 7 ticks. That's 0.57 of these per tick. Wait, how many is that per second? Sorry, 11.4 of these per second. And we can run, and each data model uses 1 every 15 seconds. So that is 0.06 per second. And if we're making, how many per second do we say? How many are we making per second? 0.4 every 0.35 seconds. So 4 every 7 ticks. Uh, 1.75 ticks each. Why is my head going completely blank here? Brain feels like it's had 5 shots of espresso. Mine feels like it's not slept for a week. Quiet. And I'm trying to do maths. It's not going well. But so it should be 0.57 per tick. So that should be 11 point... What the fuck? Why is my brain just going completely blank today trying to figure this out? All I want to know is how many data models in total I can run off however many we've got of these. If only it worked that way, Clegs. That'd be nice. So it should be 4 every 7 ticks. So Should be about 11.4 per second. So we should be able to make it like roughly 11.4 of these per second, I think. Which means I'm using one every 15 seconds. So that's 0.06 per second. So 11.42 divided by 0.06. Roughly 190 data models. So in order to do that, though, we'd need, I think, like 27 Enderman data models at self-aware. And that would allow us to do 162 other data models. And saying it like that, Aslan, doesn't actually mean a great deal to me. Working it out in that sense. I prefer to actually do the maths for it rather than just reading it and saying, okay, that's how it works. Because like, if you just read something like that, because I know they've got all the information for that in the quest book and things like that. If you just read it, you don't necessarily understand what's happening. And you just like, okay, yeah, I know this is what it is. But you can't, it's more difficult to apply it in other situations if you just use what's been told to you. I find understanding it, for me at least, understanding it helps me a lot more. Reese, how you doing? But this is basically, but figuring this out is kind of the thing I genuinely enjoy. It's not so much on stream. It's a lot more difficult to figure this, to remember how to do this stuff on stream. But anyway, the other good reason I like to do all the kind of the maths and all the actual calculations myself is because it actually makes me use my brain a little bit, and it makes it not kind of just sit there stagnating. It actually makes it do something and actually works it a little bit. Anyway, right, what were we saying? There was we're using 0.06 prediction matrices per second per simulation chamber. We can make 11.42 predictions per second, roughly. There's actually like 11.428571428571428575, etc. Anyway, 11.42 divided by 0.06, like I say, 190. We could run 190 data models off the amount of predictions we're making. But obviously, in order to do that, it's 7.2. For every 7.2 data models, you need one Enderman Enderman data model at self-aware. So you just divide 109.333 by 7.2, and basically 26 sets of. You need 26.4 Enderman data models. In order to do that. So if we just say 26, so if we just do 26 Enderman data models, each one of those can run 6.2 other data models. It's slightly over 6.2, but so yeah, roughly 100, pretty much what I said before, 161.2 other data models. But we need 26 Enderman data models. And then we can do 160 others. Until we speed it up again. Procrastinate, revision, reasonable brain wants to revise, actual brain is foggy and not letting it happen. Yeah, I can kind of relate to that. Right, anyway, I've sidetracked myself here. What we need to do, I think we're going to do these down here. So, do we want to actually... I fell off. How do we want to do this? Or how do I want to do this, should I say? Do I want to actually keep... Like, how much of this like gravel, the sand and the dust do I actually want to store? We don't need to store a huge amount of it. But we also need to get this set up on a subnetwork as well before we do anything, I think. But if we do... Actually, I think I'm going to have these off the ground by a block. So that'll do cobble, gravel, sand, to gravel, to sand, to dust. And that'll do cobble to gravel to sand. And that will store those. And we'll just have interface on the bottom of there to store that within the subnetwork. Let's get the subnetwork started first. Get that sorted out. What do I need? Covered cables. We're going to need those. We're going to need those. We're going to need a storage bus. There's actually not going to be much external stuff going on with this. Like, most of it is all going to be done within the self-contained thing. We just need to insert cobblestone and oxygen from the main network into this subnetwork. That's like pretty much the only thing we need to insert into here. 3, 4, 5. Okay, I actually want to move these forwards as well to, like, on top of these. I think, just so things are somewhat evenly spaced here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be the center. And if we bring this up here. Also, how are you doing, by the way, Rufus? I don't think I've said hello yet. I hope you are well. Right, then this will be the subnetwork. And storage bus will go on there. Interface will go on there. Tired? First cup of coffee drained? I'm gonna guess the first of many. Okay, and... quartz fiber. Transfer power. And then I will have a terminal here for... I still haven't made a recipe for the terminals. I think I say this every time I make a terminal, and I never bother actually getting around to making it. Helper evasion iron, you get slowly passive manganese. Nice. Ta-da! Right, I can see everything at the moment. We don't want that. This literally only needs to see oxygen and cobble. I think that's all that needs to see. Everything else is made over here. Get rid of that and that now. There we go. Plenty of oxygen, plenty of cobble. Right, so we are going to need to make sure that we can bring the main network up along the backs of these. Yeah, I should, honestly, that's one of the things I should really start doing, Asnan, is the dragon scales. Because Tantalum's a pain in the dick. To put it mildly. How do we get it? What is it with the dragon scales again? I do vaguely remember it. Looking at it, but I can't remember exactly what it was. Hold on. Graphite and dragon scales. Small piles of ilmenite. And a dragon scale dust. Hydrochloric dragon scale solution. Used to make hydrochloric manganese solution. Used for hydrogen, chlorine, and manganese. What do you need the manganese for? What do you need so much manganese for? Oh, fair enough. I can't even remember where I'm getting my manganese from, honestly. I've got a shitload of it, so I'm getting it from somewhere, and I have no idea where. Oh, probably from the tungstate and scheelite. Maybe. I'm sure I was getting it passively before then, though. Now you've got me curious where the hell I'm getting it from. Because I'm honestly not sure. That does make me realize that I am probably going to need to upgrade my manganese storage. So if somebody could remind me to do that later, I would really appreciate it. I'm just realizing that this... Actually, I think we don't want to bring this across here, do we? Or we do, but not there. Because basically we're going to need to bring the main network up through here so we can power all of this lot. And I guess we just bring this across here. It's kind of screwing up my system of cabling, but I think it's okay for this. It's either that or we have Windows screensaver. Okay, right, so then we've also got to get those coming down there. What were the other two things we needed? The arc furnace and the electrolyzer. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. GF, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are we doing? How was all the mods 9? And Sarge coming in with the raid as well. Erwin. Guys, if you're not already following a Guitar Freak, make sure you do. He is awesome. Absolutely amazing builder. Has been playing quite a bit of modded lately. Building a... turning his base into a spaceship in all the mods 9. Which looks fantastic, by the way. How was the stream, GF? What were you working on today? Wait, where's my electrolyzer? Did I not make my electrolyzer? Oh, I did. I just didn't take it out of the system yet. Okay. But for those just joining us, welcome. I am Chicheva. I am primarily a modded Minecraft player. Or actually pretty much entirely a modded Minecraft player now, in fairness. We are currently working on hostile neural networks, getting our setup for this a little bit more optimized. Easy to forget, welcome. So, yeah, we're just kind of... We're doing quite a bit of maths today, so... Although I think most of it's done now. So we are just... getting a few more bits and pieces hooked up. Modded the next level. I don't know about that. Alright, so... we need peer-to-peers... And we're going to need to... how are we going to set this up? So this is basically going to be producing quartz for us. This is just going to be producing sand. And then that sand is going to get moved over to one of these LCRs. Hang on, stream was good. Made a farm in the end to make pink slime from Enderman. Going to use it later with mob grinders for apotheosis kit. Nice. I made a draconic bow. I've not played around with Draconic Evolution for so long. I've kind of missed it. It's such a fun mod to play with. You know what? I'm kind of wishing, and I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to move all of this stuff back by one. I didn't realize I had actually left quite so much space over here. But this is all going to need to move again. Well done, me. So let's move all of this back by a block. It'll be there, there. It's so OP, especially with endless quiver, auto fire, and a few speed modules. Yeah, I remember. Like, I'm not sure what it's like in the newer versions, but I do remember the kind of the rapid fire thing with it being just a little bit nuts. And it definitely helped. Have you fought the Chaos Guardian yet, GF, or have you been holding off on that? Because that's an interesting fight. Not yet. Approximately 1 minute for a Cataclysm boss. That's not bad at all. Damn. Some of those Cataclysm bosses are a pain in the ass as well. Although that's mostly just finding them in the first place. Alright, so... energy hatches... Those might need to be upgraded sooner rather than later. Oh, wait, hold on. Get rid of that, and we need the muffler hatches. So, any plans to play around with Greg Tech in this playthrough, GF, or did you have your fill of that last time? No, fair enough. That's a perfectly reasonable response. I think I'm actually going to move these over as well, now that I think about it. They need to be moved back. But I'd like them to kind of line up with those. Three things happen with the fights. Die a bunch. Stand there while your DPS takes forever to actually hurt the dragon. Well, unable to blow up the crystals yourself or be OP and fights last not exactly long. I mean, even when I was massively OP, I still found... I think that was in 120, though. I think I still found that fight lasted a while. You're not playing for the stars, so... Oh, that's fair enough, then. I mean, that's the good thing about all the mods, I guess, is that, like, if you want to play for kind of go through and get the star and be kind of a completionist, you've got that option. You've got a goal to work towards. But if you don't, you can just mess around and do what you enjoy. Okay, right. So, how do we want to do this? Need milk and bread, and since Kath is still sick, that's your responsibility. Oh, so does that mean you've actually got to leave the house, Guitar Lilin? I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, so how are we going to do this? All we need to do is get cobblestone into there, oxygen into there, and then export from there. And just cobblestone into there and export from there. But we want to be able to shut these off when we have a certain amount of stuff in there. I think we just need a regular ME drive for this. Should be fine. Yeah, I think a lot of people were kind of glad about the fact that they didn't make Greg Tech necessary for the star. I'm also kind of surprised that they initially, at least in all the mods 10, did make modern industrialization necessary for it. I'm still surprised they did that. Right, so what do we actually need to store from here? Initially. Just quartz and dust, right? We'll do 16k drives for them. So just quartz and dust we're going to need storage for. We're also going to need storage for clay. Pulsating prediction matrices. So many things we need to do. I'm going to put destruction cards in there anyway, even though we're probably not going to need them. I like that kind of backup. In case or should I say when I screw up. Right, quartz. Gonna leave a look. Need to go make dinner. Alright, no worries, Jeff. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. And enjoy the food. Alright, so we need quartz. Again, we're probably not going to be storing a great deal of the quartz, but it would be nice to have it there. Quartz. Sand, we're also not going to be storing a great deal of, but we kind of want the storage there just in case. So sand. Actually, the prediction matrices, I think I'm actually going to do as a 64k. Anyway, Erwin, how is your build going on in Enshrouded? I haven't been able to check in way too long. Right, so that is nether quartz. Sand. And pulsating prediction matrix. And those will all go in there. Alright, so it's going good. Glad to hear that. We're going to need a bunch of emitters. Do I want to... I think I'm going to just turn off... Probably just turn off the final stage of this when we turn them off. Yeah. Greg Tech Tank. They should retain... Are we talking about the drums? These. If so, they will... Oh, the super tanks. Yeah, you should be able to. I've not made any in this... Hang on, let me just make one and double check for you so you don't have to waste anything, just in case. But you should be able to... you should be able to. I doubt they will have changed that. Let's just grab a bucket of water. Yeah. It does retain its, yeah, it seems it does still, they do still retain their contents. Just don't put it in a crafting table. And you should be fine. Do I want to turn everything off with this? No, not really. I don't think it matters too much. We'll just back up on a few things, and that's not really a problem, since all we're using really is cobblestone. So if we're doing that, what I probably want to do then is that, and then we'll bring... these up here. This needs to move, doesn't it? Oh, hold up. Oh, interesting. I never know you could do that. If you use pick block on a cable, I'm assuming this will work on other colored blocks as well. If you use pick block on a cable, it will switch to that color in your color applicator. Ooh, interesting. Hey, I did not know that was a thing. That doesn't need to be there now. I can get rid of all that so it doesn't interfere with anything else. Bring that across there. Right, now the next thing is... how do I get stuff into these? I don't want to use exporters, honestly. I think I'd rather use interfaces and robot arms. If we do one on there, one on there, one on there, and then one on there, and one on there.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright. Enjoy the lurk, Erwin. Sorry, I completely missed what you said about your, about the thing. Sorry, you're getting a new update sometime in October, so getting together a group of people to make sound. Oh, nice. That sounds awesome. But enjoy the lurk, Erwin. I appreciate it. Right. Okay, so I need a regulator. Can I make... do I want a... nah, that we should... just an MV regulator should be fine, I think, for this. We just need to import... I'll just keep exactly, say... one bucket in there, and then we set this to oxygen. There we go. And then we'll output that to the bottom. Right, this needs to output... actually, this needs a robot arm. Which those IV ones are actually going to come in handy. Although I don't even know if we need an IV one for this, honestly. And we do cobblestone. Perfect. And then that pushes down into there. That pushes down into there. Did I miss one? No, that pushes down into there. Let's give these things power. Go, and... I've done this wrong. Well, crap. This was supposed to be the one that was going through with sand. We'll let it go through all that, and then we'll store that in. And that shouldn't have been sand, that should have been dust. Oops. There we go. Fixed it. Alright, dust goes in there. Okay. So shall we try that again? Oh, come on. There we go. That's more like it. That's 6 ticks. 1 nether quartz every 6 ticks. Which is... that should be 0.3 seconds. Yeah. So 1 quartz every 0.3 seconds. And we output that into there. And we'll turn the... We need machine controllers. On here. One on there. One on there. That needs to turn off... I can't remember what size storage did I do for the quartz? 16k, which is 500,000? No, 120,000. So if we just set this to 100,000 quartz, or just 120,000. And we can actually underclock this. As far as EV. I think we can underclock these as well, actually. Okay, so that's making quartz for us. We now have quartz coming in. Hopefully fast enough. It should be. And then we need another robot arm. On there. Set that to import. 64 cobblestone on there. That'll push down that way. That will push out that way. Give that power, give that power. And this is for the dust. So when we got more than 120,000, that needs to be inverted. Fuck, I've done it wrong again. Oh, what is wrong with me today? Seriously. Okay. Let's try that again. All right, and push you down there. Give you some power. And then dusts. Why are you still... Oh, yeah. Wait, why are you still... Oh, right. We still had sand in there, didn't we? Right, now we can get rid of those. Get rid of that. And that will give us plenty of... that gives us plenty of dust. The quartz... I feel like the quartz might need to be sped up, though. It shouldn't need to be. It's producing it quickly enough for what we need. But... I kind of feel like it's going to be... It's not going to be fast enough. Anyway, right. So from that point... What do we need? From there, we've got the quartz, we've got the dust. We turn the dust into clay, which means we're going to need a water cover. I'm not sure what I was going to do. What was I going to do for these? Oh, just an EV energy hatch for those, I think. I think I was going to do an EV energy hatch for both of these, honestly. We need an import hatch. We've got HV ones. We do. Let's do an HV import hatch. Actually, wait. We don't need an import hatch, do we? We just need Good day, sleeper. How you doing? We don't need an import hatch for that. We need a stocking hatch, really. And then we're going to need a couple of ME output buses. We're also going to need to make water available to the subnetwork, since we do have an infinite water cell. We may as well actually make use of it in this situation. Although this again gets to one of those points where things start to get a little bit awkward. And I'm going to have to move this line back by a block as well. So this will go across here. And connect up to here. How's it going there? And actually, I think we can probably actually put this at the front instead. And that should be fine. So we put the stocking hatch there. We need a couple of maintenance hatches, which I'm actually going to put there and there. We need input, we need stocking buses for these. I don't know, I got 3 output buses from this. Right. This is kind of awkward. Do I want the stocking hatch there or on the back? So we're going to need to do the output bus somewhere in the center of the two as well. That will have to go. No, not there. There, and then across here. Right, we need the 2 stocking buses to go there and there. My inventory's becoming a mess again. So that will take care of those. That'll be the stocking hatch. That needs to stock water for the time being. 9 petabytes. A little bit. And if we put this so it stocks the dust. I don't know why I always put them on that side on these. They don't need to be like I always, whenever I use interfaces, I always put the things that I'm exporting from the interface on the right hand side. Oh, that's actually very awkward having that there. I'm gonna have to move those because I want to be able to shut these things off. So these are actually going to have to go at the sides. Because I need to be able to get an emitter underneath there. Okay. Well, actually, that's also going to need to stay where it was, isn't it? So I can get emitters under both of those. And then we need machine controllers, so we can shut these off. This one is going to be making clay, which we're going to need to make storage for as well. And we'll shut this off when we've got 120,000 of those. And that will output dust. Again, why am I not sure what I'm putting it there for? Right, let's get the output from these is going to be the dust and this is going to take a little while to get this properly set up, I think. We're going to output from this, which is going to be dust. What are we doing on the other side? That's the resonant clathrate, right? Yeah, dust and resonant clathrate. Put stuff away in the wrong place again. Alright, so clay. And then a resonant clathrate. I'm at this rate, I might end up needing a better, a larger storage drive. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, though. Right, so this should have dust, and there should be water in there. Oh, I've got pairs here already. What do we have on here? EV hatches. Wow. That was impressive. There we go. One tick. Oh, it does actually perform kind of sub-tick recipes as well. Nice. There we go. We now have clay in large quantities. Okay, the next thing... Oh, I missed... There was one thing I forgot about. Extractors. I forgot an extractor. What do we need for the extractor? If we're essentially working this out as though we've got... This is running at LUV. We need one of these every 0.35 seconds. So an IV extractor should be fine. Do we back from being without power and internet for... Ouch. How do you survive for that long without the internet? Or power? Holy shit. But welcome back, Panda, to the land of civilized people who have internet. Well, I mean, I say civilized. That's debatable. I mean, to be fair, if you're without power, you're probably going to be without internet as well. Which kind of does make sense. Right, if we do a 16k fluid cell. Oh, you got back after like 2 days? Without, then a day after getting power back, you lost internet? Ouch. Well, welcome back. Right, we don't want to store quite so much of this. Of the liquid, what was it? Liquid ender? Resonant ender? It's not resonant ender. Oh, it is. Yeah, resonant ender. Words are hard. Alright. A resonant ender. Right, we want this to shut off. We basically we don't want to chew through all of our ender pearls is the main thing here. So if we just store, say, 512 buckets. Alright, we need an interface again, which we already have. And we need a robot arm. There's a good chance we're going to chew through a lot of our ender pearls while we're doing this. Right, let's make sure this turns off when it needs to. So if we just set this off at, say, 12,000, that should shut off. Yeah, perfect. Actually, I'm going to leave those there. We're going to need them again soon enough. Technically, you can have internet without power since all your network is on UPS, and so is the fiber stations around you. Oh, fair enough. So there is a chance of having it for at least a short period. How you doing, AK? Right, okay, so this needs to output pearls. We'll set this to just 5 buckets to begin with. And it needs to output to there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, and we need peer-to-peer. Wait, is that done? Oh, right, okay. That's done already. So 512 buckets. That is making that at a decent rate. Our pearls are likely getting completely decimated right now, but that's fine. Groceries are put away, aka quite eating half the blueberries already. I mean, that's still putting them away, right? If you put them in your stomach, that's still putting them away. Maybe not where you originally intended to put them, but you are still they're still away. Right, quartz. Did I set up a thing for resonant clathrate already? Yes. Okay. So we want this to shut off. These are bits we don't want to store, like, huge amounts of at the moment. Just until we get the rest of the Enderman data models. I think all the Enderman data models we will put up here. Or put over here. At least the Enderman data models that are being used for producing what we need. Ruby got one. She's mad she didn't get more. Right. Okay. So we just need to make sure that resonant ender gets output to here. And that is making 1 resonant cloth rate every 7 ticks. Okay, that's not... That should be fine. Wait. No, that's not fine. That should be twice the speed of that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's 0.35 seconds, not 3 ticks, isn't it? I need it. No, I was just, for some reason, getting mixed up between 0.35 ticks and 0.35 seconds for some reason. Don't ask me why. But that's fine. That's exactly what we need. For the time being, at least. I want to make sure this does turn off at the right time. Which it should do. Beautiful. Okay, so that is the resonant cloth rate coming in. We're going to have to limit the amount we store of anything that uses ender pearls for the time being to a reasonably low number. Just so we don't eat through all of our ender pearls while we're doing this kind of switch over. Okay, so next up, right, the alloy smelter will do this one as the alloy smelter. And if we get an input, no, we'll do stocking. Not sticking, stocking buses for both of these. I think I'm actually going to put them on these bits as well. What I probably should have done is put these on here as well. But that's fine. It's not a big deal either way. Alright, so stocking bus. Another stocking bus. We don't need... No, we don't need fluids for any of these, so we just need the output bus to go in there. Wait, hang on, what did I miss? Confused, how do you make primal mana? Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember having that same reaction when I initially saw it. It's like, okay, so I just need this to make primal mana, and then it's like, oh, so I need this, and I also need this, and oh fuck, I also need this. And then the rabbit hole just kind of continues, and you just think, yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. At least that's the way it went with me. Okay, so we are going to need to get down to there and there with emitters. was like, deprecated, backwards engineering, there's no way. Then suddenly, oh wait, this one works. Right, that goes back in there. Okay, so this one is the alloy smelter. That is doing the final recipes. So if we, for the time being, we'll just stop this at, say, 8,000. Wait, I've already got my machine controllers here, so we should just stop that at 8,000 for now. And then this one is just smelting the clathrate into pulsating dust. So again, that we don't really need to store a ton of, so if we just, like, 2,000 of those. V, thank you for the hydrate, man. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Okay, so those will do that. So we're going to need storage for the pulsating dust. And then I think that's everything. I think that's everything at that point, right? I think that is everything. 28,000. Wait, how much clay was I storing? I don't remember. How far into it are you? Or are you, like, literally just getting started? Alright, pulsating dust. Alright, so this will output resonant clathrates to there. We don't need to keep any of that in stock. That is 250, doing 256 in 2 seconds. The annoying thing with this is going to be that this will be constantly turning, like, flicking off and on again, which I don't really like. So I think what I might actually do, so we don't, it's already doing it with these, but I think what I might actually do is use a threshold emitter for this, just so when it does shut off. So I'll emit redstone signal when levels are below the limit. So the upper threshold, so once it gets over, say, 2048, and then it'll only turn on again when it gets to 1024. At least that's the idea. I'm assuming that will not turn on again now until it gets below 1024. Okay, and so to here, we need to output pulsating dust and clay. We're probably gonna do the same thing over here. Wait, why are you flicking off and on again? You should not be doing that. The whole point of this was that you didn't do that. What's the actual shit? Oh, right. The reason it's doing that is because this isn't going quickly enough. For the resonant clathrate. That's why that's going slower. And then it drops below that point and then never comes back over it. So these, no matter what, are always going to end up doing this, which is a little annoying, but... until we have a few more ender pearls coming in, we can't really do a huge amount about that. Primarily will work towards infinite water and cobble cells. Yeah, I think that was the reason I rushed mine as well. When I got to it. This is the downside to, like, very, very fast machines, but this is actually one of the things I liked about how I set it up with the single block machines, is that, like, you could get it so everything was running constantly and not just flicking off and on again like this. I just put my clipboard away, didn't I? What the shits? Right, why don't those trigger anything? But thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Going to the Law, Snorlax, MSF, Webdude, Ryoho, and Loveless. But thank you so much. Can we get some love and hearts in the chats? And Quiet's with the 100 warp speed. Yeah, I'm sure your finger just slipped, right, Quiet? Yeah. A likely story. I'm very annoyed at the moment, though, because my bot is not picking up the kind of multiple gifted subs like that, and I don't know why. But thank you so much for the gifted subs. Quiet, thank you for the 100 bits. And level 2 on a hype train. So hype train, the hype train starting is now clearly changed. Because it always used to be, it had to be 3 different people. So they've obviously changed that a little bit. You don't quite have slippy fingers, so it would appear. But thank you so much to both of you. I appreciate it. I don't know why it trained Guitar on. It's clearly like they've obviously changed it somehow. The reason we can't set the threshold for this lower is because basically this starts running. The thing that's slowing this down is this. And we can't really speed this up at the moment because this is tied to the speed of this, and we can't speed this up at the moment because we don't want to... Actually, no, this would be fine. No, it's this that this is the... It's tied to that's the problem. This is only ever so slightly faster than this. So if we speed this up, this will be too slow, and we can't really speed that up. We don't really want to speed it up any more than that. I guess the other way we could do it would be to bring another... have another controller on there and say, turn this off if there is below a certain amount of resonant cloth rate. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well, Davichi. That's the definite possibility. I don't know if I like that, though, because it's going to mean having to have another emitter, like an emitter coming out the side here. Quiet, what the shit?
More.
No more. No. Bad quiet. But thank you so much. Regardless of whether you are a bad quiet or not, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Tyler. It's going alright so far, I think, Tyler. How are things with you? They're not... no, they shouldn't be. They definitely should not be, so... Let's not encourage people. Right, so basically then, we want this... If I look at resonant cloth rates, say we want to have at least, say, 512 resonant cloth rate. When it gets that to the 512, but that's not going to work either, is it? We're going to need to use a threshold emitter for this as well. Let's just see how this will work. But if for everybody who took part in that, thank you so much. If you got an emote, please feel free to share it in the chat. Apparently I've collected all the level 1 emotes already. But if you have not... Ooh, what do we get? Quiet with a conductor badge, M with a conductor badge. Oh, it got rid of the details about it before I got a chance to look at them. Right, so this should not do anything till it gets over 512 resonant cloth rates. We set it as 0 for, or 1 for the lower threshold. There was ever an emote to describe you? No, I'm not sure I'd agree with that. Oh, there we go. We've got over the 8,000 pulsating prediction matrices. Again, I think we want to set this on a threshold emitter as well. So 8,192 for the time being, and if it drops below 4,096, then it'll turn back on. Now this shouldn't turn on unless there is over, what do we say, 512 resonant cloth rates. Hey Chloe. How you doing? I'm not entirely happy about this. I feel like this is going to cause issues. Are we still gaining quartz at the minute? No, we're using the, like, as kind of I expected, we're using the quartz at pretty much the same speed as we are producing it. So long as, the thing is, like, so long as this keeps going at the speed it is, we'll be producing enough for the calculations I've done. You've been talked into playing GTNH. Who persuaded you to do that? What did I say for storing clay in here? 120,000. Okay, that's fine. Wait, no, wait, why? Why are you doing that? Oh. That's why. Okay, I don't think I think no matter what we do, this is going to end up with this problem. I think no matter what we do, we're going to end up with the problem of this flicking on and off. It's not going to matter too much. It doesn't really change anything. It's just annoying to look at. Yeah, there definitely are a lot of GT converts lately, which is fantastic to see. Wait, Hellfire plays GTNH? Or did he just persuade you to play it? And is he ever going to update Astral Sorcery? That's the real question. The thing that we want to kind of not have to worry too much about is making sure that there is enough of these. GTNH is a good power, but it's also something you appreciate having a break from. That's fair. You do need breaks from it every now and then. Right, so when this gets over 512 again, that should turn on very, very briefly. I think I might just, like, leave it and then just let it just flick on and off and on again. He's played up to Stargate. Damn. There aren't that many people who can say that. Alright, so... How many... Oh, shit! Oh, never mind. I thought I just got rid of my thing saying how many Enderman data models I was going to need. Right, 26. Also, how many... Can anybody remember how many... Oh, I'm going to have to do the maths, aren't I? Just to figure out how many loot fabricators we need. Are you playing into the stable release, or are you playing in the beta, Chloe? At the minute. Right, so we need 26 Enderman data models. You're playing in the beta. Yeah, are you on 2.8.2 or 2.8.3? And what the fuck changed in 2.8.3? Because I can't actually find any information about it. I can only find the patch notes for 2.8.2. And it's annoying. So I don't want to update until I know what's actually changing. Also, right, for those who are playing in the beta, if you have a look at the Enderium ingots, like the pulsating iron, electrical steel, do they have a black border around them for you? I've been meaning to ask people who have been playing GTNH for a while. Because mine, ever since I updated from 2.7.4 to 2.8.2, all the Enderium ingots have a black border around them. Like a black square on their background. I did see that. I did already look at this, but most of what I saw on this was about... was basically the same as the 2.8.2 stuff, but I might have been looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, let me repost that for anybody who was interested. It's the patch notes for GTNH. I did look at them. Brian says, done with Money for today. Time to test Medieval Dynasty. You've been... Oh, when you say you've been naughty again, do you mean you bought Medieval Dynasty? Okay, so I'm probably not gonna bother updating then. Okay, so... Right, we've got to do some maths again. We need to figure out how long, like how many predictions or how many data models we can run through a single loot fabricator. So if we just use the Enderman prediction as... I'm going to use this... I'm pretty sure 3 seconds is correct. This is obviously for the loot super fabricator, but I'm pretty sure 3 seconds is the default. Is the default time it takes. So if we are doing one Enderman prediction every... If we can process one Enderman prediction every 3 seconds, and for each self-aware data model, you're getting one roughly every 50 seconds. That should mean you can run about 16 through one loot fabricator. So 16 data models between for each loot fabricator. So we should only, if we're doing 26 Enderman data models, we should only need 2 loot fabricators for it. I'm not going to bother moving the loot fabricators and stuff that we've got at the other one just yet. I'm just going to set up new ones. Since we're going to need, we're going to be able to run, I think, what did we say? Was there like 160 roughly data models from each of these? Right, so let's do 26 of those. Ah, what's using the wafers? What's using the wrong wafers? Wait, what is using the wrong wafers? Hold on. Ah, okay. We just need to redo the recipe because it's not using universal circuits. And now we've got to find the space where this came from. There it is. Right, we'll get these crafted, which hopefully shouldn't take too long. And then we'll go on a break, and then we'll come back. When we come back, we'll figure out how we're going to set these up in such a way that we can expand them later. Should be easy enough. We should really just be able to do that, and then... Ah, that's awkward. Also, they're too far back. It's going to be awkward anyway, because they don't fit into a nice, even distribution. I guess we could do 2 things of 13. I can't remember. How did we set these up before? Because we want to only keep... We're going to be using laser IO for this again. It's going to be somewhat awkward to do still, I think, but... How did I... Oh, okay, yeah, Yeah, okay. Powering them is going to actually be a little bit more awkward, I think. Oh, I guess we can just... What is going on? I guess we can just use converters. And then convert from EU into RF. We can power them with EU, but I prefer not to do that if I can help it. Oh, that's really annoying. I wanted to have them in such a way that we could... I guess we can do... You know what? Let's make one more loot fabricator anyway. We don't need it, but... It will make things a little bit more symmetrical. That is a big tower of simulation chambers. We can't really run one more simulation chamber. Not really. If we have 27 of them... I mean, we could. So if we're shutting off some of the simulation chambers when they're not being used, which is what we will be doing, we should be fine. But with the way we've got this set up, we can only basically run... With the speed that we're producing... prediction matrices, we can run 190.3, if we just round it to 190, data models, and for every 7.2, basically we need one Enderman data model for every 7.2 of them. Which means we can do 26.38 with the amount we have. I guess we could put one on there just for looks. That would actually even things out a little bit at least. So let's do that. It's nice to see that our processors are being replenished pretty much instantly as well, which is good. There we go. Right, we'll figure out the rest when we get back. Is that still going? What's not working at the moment? Right, so we've got 1800 pulsating dust. You should be turned on, I thought. Hold up. You should emit levels when you're below... Let's just do this the opposite way around. So you should emit levels when you're over 2048. Emit redstone when you're over 2048, which is when you should stop. You are on normal mode. So when you have a redstone signal, you should be turned off. This is so difficult to actually test at the moment. Because it takes quite a while to get the resonant cloth rating. Oh, well, it'll be fun. We'll test it out in a little while. For right now, I'm going to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you've got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I'll only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. I will be back in just a moment. All right, everybody. I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. I see you want me quiet. I completely forgot that was a thing, you know. But yes, apparently you have won me. Congratulations, I guess. For you. Right. Okay, these are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Has this turned on at all while I've been gone? It probably should have done, right? Right, so that should have been flicked over to there. So this will build up the resonant cloth rates. How are we doing for pearls now, anyway? Yeah, we've gone down from like 60 odd, just below 60,000, I think, down to 47,000. So we need to get this started soon. Right, okay, so we are going to do this with laser nodes again. Wait, hold on. Before we do this, let's not do that. Let's... Those should all be linked, except that bottom one. Beautiful. We don't actually need one on there, do we? Because that one's not actually getting used. There we go. All right. And those can be... Why can I not remember what the orange one was? It was that, wasn't it? Yeah. Been a while since I've used the orange color code for this. Okay, there we go. So... You'll get those coins. Don't steal Guitar Lillian's coins. She's been filling that thing for ages. Alright, and this is where things are going to get boring and time-consuming. We can at least... Ooh, do we want to have these all linked together? I think we do, really, don't we? But we just want to try and make sure that we have it so each row will only go into its own loot fabricator. Just so we've always got it split evenly between them. The idea for linking is amazing. Yeah, I always forget about it, like, or most of the time I forget about it. Oh, here's a thought. Or a potential problem. We want to output... I think we're going to have a... Oh, I'm going to have to do this a little differently. Because we need to output from... We need the output from the loot fabricators to go into the main ME system. Oh, wait. We need the output from the loot fabricators to go into the main ME system, but we also need... We also need the output from... Oh, this is awkward. Right, so basically we need to be able to feed in items from the subnetwork into these, i.e. we need to feed in the prediction matrices. I don't know why I pointed there, they go in there. And we need to take the outputs, but some of the outputs need to go back into the main ME system, i.e. all of the... these things, the matter, needs to go back into the main ME system, and the predictions need to go into these, and then the outputs from these then need to go into back into the main ME system. So this is actually going to be kind of awkward, because we're going to need to have two interfaces here. And annoyingly, this is going to make our life a pain in the ass. Right, how much power are all of these going to take? Basically, how big of a converter am I going to need for this? If we're running 26 Enderman predictions, these are 2048 FE per tick. 26 times 2048 is 53,248, plus a little bit for the loot fabricators. So if we just say 64,000 EU, roughly, that's a massive overestimation, but that means 16,000 EU, which is, what, 2 amps of IV? So if we just use a 4 amp IV converter, this is going to be incredibly awkward to do. This whole thing is going to be incredibly awkward to do, I think. So if we put that there... I think this should, by default, convert to RF, right? I feel like there's got to be a better way I can do this. Wait, does it not? Does it not automatically... Does it start off as converting from... Wait. Starts as FE... Oh, right. It starts as an FE converter. Okay, so we do need to mallet it. Okay. Alright, so that will get us... Should get us enough power for those. I'm gonna need one converter for each thing. Oh, this is actually gonna be incredibly awkward. How I was in... If I set it up the same way that I did before. Like, it's going to be fine on... Like, the bit that we're doing now is going to be fine. Like, this bit's going to be fine. The bit that's not going to be quite so good is when we start actually setting it up for... for actually dealing with the... with everything else. Although I guess it's not going to be that bad. It shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Anyway, right, we need a energy card. We're going to need a lot of energy cards for this. And that will be extracting... What do I have in the way of overclockers? 32,768. Ah, there we go. Lumium will do. So I will extract those, and then we just need to... I wish there was a way I could set these cards up. Like, I've said this so many times. I wish we had a node cloner. Like, we've got a card cloner, but... Why are you not... Oh, right, you're in the wrong place. There we go. That's better. There's going to be a lot of this today, it seems. Because I know there was talk about making a way to clone nodes. But I don't know if that ever materialized. I've just had a thought that might make this a little easier. Not this little bit, unfortunately. I've got no idea how I'm going to make this any easier. But I might not store the prediction matrices in the ME system. I don't know if that's going to massively help, though. But should we have them in a drawer next to these? I don't think that will actually help us much, though. Right, everything should have power now. Ooh, why is this shut off? Ah, right, actually, we shut that, said that's up at 2048, didn't we? Okay, that's fine. Right, we just need a way of getting an interface from the subnetwork to here. The only thing I can think, and unfortunately this is going to end up being a little confusing if we ever come back to change this later, is we put the interface here. I'll remove that. Put the interface there, and then... Oh, come on. Please tell me I didn't run out of red dye. Oh, I fucking did. We got a few poppies. Alright, there we go. There we go. So now we've got two interfaces right next to each other. One is from the main network. One is from the subnetwork. So if I have signs... I kind of want to label these. Oh, does anyone know if there's a sign that you can place, like, flat on the ground like that? As opposed to... like that. There should be, but I don't think there is, unless you know what it's actually called, V. We'll just do this for now. I don't mostly we'll put the eventually we'll put the signs on here when this is all set up, but I just don't I want to be able to get into those for the time being. But that's on the sub network, that's on the main network, so we should be able to output prediction matrices to here. Okay, so these are all basically going to follow the same principles, aren't they? They're the same thing. So these are going to only ever going to take Enderman predictions. And so these are only ever going to take Enderman predictions into these. And that will be on orange. If we clone that, then that will be the same on all of these. Another thing that was also talk about in the Discord for this, by the way, was being able to just kind of like to clone a card and then just right click in an empty spot, and so long as you had the card and filters and what have you available, it would paste them into there without having to put the card in first. Okay, so that will import all of those, and then we need to extract from there. We'll basically just be extracting everything from these, so it doesn't really matter too much what it is. Those just need to be extracted on the black channel. That will extract the ender pearls, and then that's going to insert the ender pearls into here. Well, ender pearls and the matter as well. Right. So, what do we need in here? We need to insert. And we should insert 4 of the pulsating prediction matrices into each of them. So then copy that. Actually, let's not copy that. Let's wait until we've got the other bits here. We're going to need to extract on orange, and that's going to have to be filtered for the Enderman prediction. Doesn't matter if we match MBT or not, but we may as well just to be on the safe side. That will insert into those, but we do want to round robin that. We shouldn't need to do it any more than 20 ticks because this will take 15 seconds to run. So, and we'll never get more than one item in there in that time. And then we also want to extract... it'd be the extraterrestrial matter we get from the Enderman, right? Yeah. We also want to extract those into that channel. So what we need is that, and I'm sure I had 3 of these. There we go. And then if we just clone that, that, and that, and then we do that, and then we just got to go through and do this for all of them. I think I want to try and find an easier way of setting this up for all of the other predictions, just so we don't have to go through all of this hassle. Although I think we're going to have to regardless. Unless we leave it so we don't, so we always have like a full stack of prediction matrices in each of these. But I really don't want to do that. I think no matter what we do, it's going to be possibly, arguably awkward to deal with. But I think we can improve it slightly, at least. And I've just realized one way we can do this without having to do the additional sub-network interface on here. We just make the prediction matrices visible to the main network. That way, we don't need to worry about having this additional interface on there. Cryolobus, yes, we are intending to get to Cryolobus today. Whether it actually happens or not is going to remain to be seen. But the intention is to do it. Right now, we're just upgrading the hostile neural network setup so that we can run a bunch of Warden data models. Just got to make sure I don't run out of filters. Too far. Chops down a tree and goes, where did your tree go? What's my intended way? Wait, HOU. What's HOU? Hideyoshi. But no, my intended way is the Warden tendrils. That's my intention. Right, let's... Oh, Heart of the Universe. Okay. No idea after that. I haven't even thought about Heart of the Universe yet. Right. How do we do this? I think... If we want to actually make the stuff in this network visible to this... I think we have to... Hold on. Let me just put this on there for a second. Yeah, I didn't think so. Right, we need another interface, which we're going to put on... Oh, and a storage bus. And then we're just going to make the... Oh, before we do this... Let me remove that for a second. I'm not doing the microminers for the tendrils. I'm doing hostile neural networks. Okay, so yeah, that'll work. If we do that, and then we make prediction matrices there. Yeah, the tendrils, the Warden tendrils you can get from the Warden predictions. From the Warden data models. It's only one every, like, 50 seconds or so per thing, but we can easily add to this. And all it is how much power? 6,666 FE per tick. So, not a lot. It's like basically no power at all. Okay, so we should be able to get rid of that. Because we should be able to see... Yeah, we've got 16,000 pulsating prediction matrices in there. Can we see all of them in here? No, we can only see the 8,000, so that's good. That is what we wanted. So now we can output pulsating prediction matrices to here. Right, how many Enderman data models have we got upstairs at the moment? Because we'll just transfer those down when we need to. There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're doing 20, 24, so 18 more? I'm hoping we have enough. Oh yeah, we've got plenty of matter for this. Unfortunately, these are going to take a while to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh yeah, we haven't set up the actual export from here yet, have we? Yeah, right. So if we start adding these into here, it's obviously going to take a while before we get to self-aware data models, but that's okay. All right, and then we just got to wait until we get some Enderman predictions in, which we don't have any at the moment. Hey, perfect. All right, so these are all for making ender pearls. That was actually a lot quicker than I thought. Those are all for making ender pearls. Now that that's working, we can get rid of that for a start. What do you mean the alloy smelter's getting clashing recipes? They're not getting clashing recipes. That's working as a furnace, doing the resonant clathrate into pulsating dust, is it? Yeah, pulsating dust, and that's doing the recipe for, that's the alloy smelter doing the recipe for the actual prediction matrices. But these run considerably quicker than these do. And unfortunately, I haven't found a reasonable way to make it so these don't just kind of flick on and off again when they're needed. This is literally just for doing hostile neural networks, Hideyoshi. Like, this is literally for nothing else. This is all making pulsating prediction matrices. That's all it's for. Right, okay. So we know that we're running 26 Enderman data models, which means we can run 6.2 other data models per one of those. So we can essentially run 161.2 data models. So if we just say 160 data models, we've got plenty of things to work here. We've just got to figure out how we want to actually set this up to work. Because I would prefer not to just fill every single one of them with prediction matrices, because we don't need to. They're just going to be sitting there. Although it would be considerably easier to do it that way. Actually, no, I don't think it would be any easier to do it that way. Do we want to have this on another sub-network is my next question. Because what I'd kind of like to do is to have essentially a wall of loot fabricators. One for each of the different items that we are producing. Let's just make 4 of them to start with. So basically we'll have like a wall of these. So if we give ourselves a little bit of space there. And have them like this. And then we have actually what we could probably do, and probably be a little better, if we did it like that, and then we have a kind of columns of these, and then we can have the storage monitors on here to show what we're actually producing in these. That's fine. That's easy enough. The bit that I'm not sure how I want to handle at the moment, though, is I only want these things running when they need to be. Like with pretty much anything I do, I only want these running when they need to be. So we want to be able to shut off the input of prediction matrices when we have enough of whatever the product that they're making is. And I would kind of like all of that to be... I'd like to have almost like a little control room for this, where we can set, where we have all of the emitters in one place, and we can set those emitters all in one place for whatever, preferably next to the loot fabricators for them. And then we'll have them all in one place. Oh, but this is actually going to be also going to be really awkward as well, isn't it? If we do it this way, because if we do it this way, we then have the problem of if we want multiple outputs from one kind of prediction type. So say if we're using, say, the blaze predictions, for example, say we wanted both blaze rods and sulfur from those. How do we distribute between them? That's always the bit that kind of throws me, and finding that in like an elegant solution to doing that. Like, it's easy enough to set up and to make work, but just finding a nice solution to it is the bit that I always tend to struggle with. I mean, we could do what I've done in at the top, and then we just have, well, again, we have one loot fabricator for each item, and then we just have simulation. We add simulation chambers to the top of these for like whatever item it is we are crafting, and then as we want to craft more of them, we just add more simulation chambers onto the top of them. I think that's the way to go, and then we just have I think what I'd do though is probably move these one block off the floor just so we can have a place to put. We did it side like there. And then wait, are we gonna have to, oh, that's gonna be a little awkward, isn't it? It might actually be a good idea to figure out exactly how many items we want from these. Because if we'd set it up like this, we could have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14 different items in there. I feel like there's more items than that than we're going to need, so we would probably have to expand onto another one. Or I guess we could just have them directly next to each other, but I like the idea of having a bit of space in between them. Okay, hold on. Let's have a look at exactly how many items we might want. So, like, string we might want. Probably not spider eyes. Copper we definitely want. I don't know about prismarine shards. Gold we definitely want. Not so bothered about aluminium. And, like, saltpeter, obsidian, like, snowballs, blitz motes. Snowballs we can probably get elsewhere as well, but a lot of that stuff. There's going to be a lot of things we want from here. And there's going to be a lot of ones we want a lot of. So I'm guessing things like like warden tendrils for a start, we're going to want a lot of those. Or at least a reasonable amount of them to start with. But I guess how many items have we got at the moment? How many different things are we doing at the moment? We're going to need more than this. So we know we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think those are both different. Yeah, 4. Hang on, let's go from the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the same as that. 13. Although that one, I don't know if it matters too much now. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's a duplicate. 20. 21. Okay, so the general gist of it is we're going to need to get more space in there. That is not going to be... This is not going to be enough things here. That's actually kind of awkward. So it'll be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although the width... Like, the thing with these is, like, most of them we're not going to need more than, like, 1 or 2... Most of them we're not going to need more than 1 or 2... simulation chambers for. But some of them we're going to need lots for. Trying to organize this is going to be a pain in the ass. So if even if we went to there, like, copied this into here, that'd still only be 28 different items. Okay, let's figure out exactly how many we are going to want to get from this. So string we know we want. Copper we do. I don't know about prismarine shards. Gold we do. What about guardian scales? Are guardian scales any use? We are going to need guardian scales for ultimate materials, so we are going to want guardian scales. I doubt we're going to need sponges. Saltpeter we do need. Obsidian dust we do need. Snowballs... We could get we could get easily another way, so we don't really need snowballs. Blitz motes, basalt shards, blizz cubes, slime, I guess, probably. Nickel, platinum, don't need arrows, don't need bones. I don't think, anyway. Oh, we might need bones, actually. If I remember rightly, bones or bone meal. So we are going to need collagen. Oh, this is freaking awkward. I guess we could add another one onto there, but that doesn't add a great deal to this. 6, 12, so 20, 16 on each of these. 32 different items. How many different items are there from these? There's, what, 4 on each page, 14 pages. There's lots of them. I guess what we can do, there's going to be certain ones that we're probably never going to need more than, like, one or two things for. So if we set this up, so we've got, say, like 3 blocks here, and we'll have, say, a loot fabricator there. And then for all the ones that we are going to have more of, we'd have another loot fabricator on the top, and then we could fit more simulation chambers on top of these. This is actually really throwing me a little bit. I also love the fact that when kind of I actually need help, no one has anything to say or no insight. When I don't. Someone always has something to suggest. I guess the other option is I don't know how to do. I don't know how I want to do this. Like the easiest way to do this. I mean, I guess there's the option of just one loot fabricator per simulation chamber, but that's just wasteful. Could suggest something, but have nothing to do with Greg Tech. Fair. No, nothing to apologize for, Quiet. Absolutely nothing to apologize for. I'm trying to think of ways we can do this where we can have more of them. Like, I like the idea of having, like, essentially one column for each thing. So if we did it like this, we did them in, like, rows of 3, sets of 3. So there'd be, what, 3, 6, 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 different items in there. And then we could do same thing over on this side. Hey, Pat. How's it going? Wait, why does that look off? Oh, because it is. That would explain why it looks off. So if we set it up like that, that gives us plenty of space for everything. And it could always be that we decide that there are some of them that we just don't need much of, and we can put them on the side. Actually, what we can probably do is do that on these end ones. Actually, let's leave that there, just in case we do decide to do... Copy that. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Like, on these end ones, we'll have these for the ones that have less items for them. Kind of less things needed for them. And then for anything that we're going to have an entire column for, we'll do over here. So if we just do, say, another 12 of these for now. Doing better than when you woke, at least, so there's that. Oh, that's definitely sounds like a positive thing. What was up when you woke up? Hopefully nothing too serious. I think what I'd actually prefer to do... no, I'll be fine. It's a bit meh, but it's cleared up now. That's good. At least it's cleared up a little bit. Whatever it was. Right, we don't need to worry about any more of those. That should be fine. Okay, so the next thing is... How the fuck are we going to power all of these? This is the next thing. Also, we are going to need a shitload of lasers. But these... Oh, fuck. I've just realized how this is... That this is going to be even more awkward than I originally thought. Because if we're having these on individual things, none of these channels, none of these can be linked, which means we can't pass power through all of the... Pass power through these. Unless we have a single converter for each one. Sending power out for each one. Which I guess is possible, but also incredibly awkward. I really didn't think this through at all before I started this. Did it help that you ate something? That usually does help. So people tell me. Okay. Okay. Why is this such a pain in the ass? It is, but space is an issue though, and the other the only reason we can't spread it out more is just because I don't know. Like, I want to keep this open for expansion. So if we say we're doing like guardian scales in here, and we realize we need more guardian scales, if we've got it set up like this, all we need to do is just add more simulation chambers on top, and then that will work for that. But then we don't have... But then we only have the one side to do everything.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
No, I'm going to be ending soon anyway, Quiet, so you're all good. Enjoy class, and I'll probably see you tomorrow. I guess the only way... Like, when we're inserting into these, we're gonna be inserting on specific... We're inserting specific... filtered for specific predictions. What we could do, I guess, is for all the ones that are... We could link everything, and then for all the ones that have more than one output from the same data model, we just use a separate channel for that specific one. It's going to be a little awkward to set up in the first place, but shouldn't be too bad. So say we've got two blaze ones here, and we want one of them doing blaze rods, one of them doing sulfur. So we'll export from the simulation chambers on this one on orange and insert into there, and on this one we'll insert on them on like the purple channel. That way they're always still separated, because that's the real problem here, is when you've got... I try and avoid using draws wherever possible, Looney. But it won't make a difference for this anyway, because the problem we're going to run into is if you have... Say you just take all of the predictions from one data model and stick them all in a single drawer. How do you then distribute that in the way you want to between two different outputs from that prediction? So say you stick all of your blaze predictions into a drawer, but then you want to get sulfur dust and blaze rods out of them, but you don't necessarily want them in equal quantities. You need to mess around a lot to be able to kind of distribute it the way you want. And it just becomes very awkward to do at that point. But what's even more awkward is having to have a single like, not being able to have a single output for power. So I think we are going to just have to link everything and then kind of just go from there, I guess. I think it should be fine anyway. I think I'm probably overstressing about this. But I do like to make sure I get things planned out first, just so there aren't any unforeseen circumstances as we go through, or at least very few of them. Alright, and we are, because we do need these to be straight, we are going to need a laser connector. There, and we're going to need a laser connector. There. Am I using any resource packs for the shaders? Not for the shaders, no. And the only resource pack I have installed is the A2 blackout one. Or should I say the only one that I have installed that is not the defaults. What do you mean, why not linking lines? The only reason I use these is I have a thing about all the lasers I have to be straight or at most at a 45-degree angle. Anything other than that, this would be a 45-degree angle, but it would also mess with whatever I have in here decoration-wise, so... But no, I have to have things have to be connected in specific ways for me. I'm very, very anal about that. Equaling everything but A and B, in theory, wouldn't be connected. It's just the way I like to do it, Rufus. It wouldn't make much difference either way. Like, if things were likely to change with any of this at any point, I would do it differently. They would not be set. I would not set them up the way I've got them set up now. But if things are if in situations like this where once this is set up, it will never change. The only thing we might do is add to it, but the actual layout will never change. I find it easier just to have it set up like this. And also, if we have it set up like this, we don't have lasers randomly going everywhere and looking awful. Because aesthetics are important. Anyway, right. Oh, and if you're wondering why we've got these here, rather than that, because there's going to be loot fabricators on here as well. If that's what you were referring to, there will be loot fabricators on here as well, which is why we're just getting these set up now and ready. I still don't get what you mean by you can still do it with lines. Like, in what do you mean with lines? Like these are lines, are they not? I guess I'm just not understanding what you're kind of getting at with this. Like, what your kind of intended method for this is, or what you feel like it should, how you feel it should be done. I guess I'm just not understanding that. Anyway, right. So this laser running pass through from side to side. Let's say there was a connector behind each of the nodes. Okay. What? How would that change anything, though? I'm. So are you basically essentially saying have a line of connectors back here, and then just have this line running along there, and then connect to that, and then up to there? Like, how is that any different aside from using more connectors? Or am I still misunderstanding here? I'm guessing I'm still misunderstanding. No, but they're all still connected. It's nothing to do. They would still. They would. The thing is, they all need to be connected. Like, no matter what we do, they are all going to be connected. If we connect, say we connect. Are you suggesting basically connecting these up like this, and then just connecting these to here? Because if you do that, then everything is still connected. All of these are still connected. If we disconnect that from that, and that from that, and then connect that to there, and that's to there, all of these are still connected. Like, these are all still on the exact same channel. So if we change the color of that, that one didn't change because I didn't connect it properly, but those are all still connected. Like, if they are connected like this, they are all connected to the same network. Like if they're connected via connectors or anything else, they are still connected to the same network. And they need to be because we want to have a single point of input for power for all of these. Which is why they have to all be connected. Because we want a single point of input for power. And then that can supply all of them, and we can't do that if they aren't all connected. We could have multiple inputs, but there's not much point to it. It doesn't really change or add anything to it if we do that. Does that make sense? And then we are going to end up having to have a covered cable that will run along here. Yeah, honestly, I wish it did work like that. That would be so much easier. If you could have it so you could just connect certain aspects together. So you could connect all of them on all of them just for energy, but then all of the item networks were separate. You can kind of do that, and which is the way we're kind of going to do it by using different channels for the items. But there's no way to kind of completely separate them, unfortunately. It honestly though, it would be so nice if they worked the way you are suggesting or hoping. Right, the other thing that we're going to have to do as well is we're going to have a line of these across here as well, although I don't think we'll do it like that. We are going to need to run a line along here for emitters. This is the one bit that I really don't like about the way I'm setting this up. And that is that if I want to change, although I guess we don't, if everything's connected, we don't have to do this. Basically, this is for a shut-off for them, basically. I want to have a place where I can go and like a control room of a controller of sorts where we can set how much of something we want to make. So say we want to make 30,000, have 30,000 blaze rods in stock. It will keep outputting to prediction matrices to these until there's over 30,000. Then it will stop outputting them and stop sending them out. Which I would like to have all of that in some kind of central location. That we can easily access. Confused why you couldn't have it active and not have it be segmented within the network. I mean, the only, let's say the only way we can do that is by channels, but you've only got 16 different channels. If we had more channels, if you had more channels, like if you could say split channels by just like a unique identifier rather than one of the 16 colors. Because this is all we have, like up to channel 16 or 15 and channel 0. So we don't have the capability of doing that, unfortunately. Which is, it's annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so... Oh, what would have been really nice to have would have been... Actually, now that I think about it, do I even need this underneath? I do, because I'm still gonna... we're gonna have to do the monitors for these here. It would have been nice to have been able to have the emitters here. But if we want to cover these over in any way, I guess we kind of could. If we could, or what would be even better, if we could turn these off with a redstone signal, that would be even better. But what we need is... How do I want to do this? How much space have we got in the middle? What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would be the center. If we were to have things along here, although I guess they would be vertical ones. What I'm trying to figure out at the minute, by the way, is how we can use level emitters to shut off the various things and have one like little central area where everything gets shut off from. I think that would probably work. It would have been nice to have the level emitters next to these, next to the actual things. I guess, could we potentially put them below? Have them like that. And then have level emitters. Oh, but I've also realized that this is also going to be a bitch as well, isn't it? Life, how you doing? Right, the issue we're going to run into now is that what we were just kind of talking about a minute ago is the channels. I need to find a way that I can shut these, like, each of these different items off individually when we don't want any more of them. But again, because everything is linked, we kind of have to do that via channels. I guess we could, if we had to, separate each of the sides out. I didn't really want to have to do that. How are you doing, life, anyway? This is frustrating. I can relate to that. My brain is getting fried by trying to figure out how I want to set this up in a way that I would be happy with. And that would be easily expandable and controllable later. And I'm struggling. So the problem I'm running into now, for anyone curious, is we can't shut these off in any way using redstone. The only way we can stop these running is by starving them of prediction matrices. And the only way we can do that is by saying, having a shut-off for them, basically, having an emitter that will emit a redstone signal, and then this will say output so long as that redstone signal isn't active. As soon as that redstone signal is active, like the input into here will shut off, and it will stop it outputting. But the problem is, if we have them all on the same channel, so say this is on the orange channel, if everything else is on the orange channel, as soon as one of the redstone things turns on, it will turn all of them on. So we have to have them all on one of the different channels. So they each work independently. So I guess with that in mind, we are gonna have to separate these out to the 3 different sides. Which I really didn't want to do, because it means we're going to have to do 3 different power inputs, but I guess that's not the end of the world. It's not the worst thing in the world. PO2? PO2 is a fantastic pack. Still one of my favorites to this day. Right, I guess we're back to this. So we have those like that, and then we'll have to have a connector on the back here to connect up to these. Then those will be one set. These will be one set. And then those will be another one. And then that means that we only have, at most, 9 channels in use on each side. Still had a world, so he loaded it. So I was like, okay, it's super messy, and what was I doing? Yeah, that's pretty much me whenever I load any new world up. Or any old world up, rather. I just forget what the hell I was doing. Right, I'm actually going to connect these up here, I think. Wait. I fucked up there, didn't I? There we go. So that's all now connected. Just PO2 hardcore world to the Chaos Dragon explosion. Wait, was that actually fighting the Chaos Dragon, or did you make the somewhat daft decision to open a chance cube? Because I've definitely destroyed a few worlds to the chance cube. Oh, it was after his death. Okay. So I gotta say, if it was due to a chance cube, I have no sympathy. But after the death, that's kind of rough. wonder if I still, if my, I think my old PO2 no EMC run is still around somewhere. Same with my PO3 one, actually. Okay, and then we'll have emitters. Oh, I've just realized the somewhat awkward thing here as well. Can I... Can I get a facade on the bottom of this? Okay, that's actually not awful. That's not too bad. If we want to have a monitor on there. That's not terrible. If we put a monitor on there and then cover it over, obviously we want to do it with bits. The downside is we would have to remove that in order to change the level emitter, but gotta run. All right, no worries. Take care, Looney. I'm actually gonna have to call it a day fairly soon. I really wanted to get this done before. I actually really wanted to get to Cryolobus today, but this has taken a bit longer than I'd anticipated. Unfortunately, trying to get these on here would be a bit of a pain, but this would be doable. It's just a case of going to be a case now of figuring out how exactly we'd want to decorate it. Anyway, right. This should be good. Right, so what we need to do now is we're going to need we're going to need a connection to the actual ME network. And an interface, which I guess we will remove that. And then I guess we'd need 2 more interfaces. There and there. Just output prediction matrices to each of these. Oh, I keep clicking that. The blood in your smeltery. That's always a fun thing to clean out. Okay. So, I can't make a warden prediction yet, can I? Because we need deep dark data. In order to get the deep dark data, we need impossible realm data, which we don't currently have. I wanted to make at least one warden data model. And impossible realm data. Oh, actually, can we... We could have done it. We could have made it that way if we had solidified experience. Wait, we don't have a fluid solidifier with a ball mold, do we? Oh, we do. Oh, okay. In that case, we can do that. Perfect. All right. Impossible realm data. We need solidified experience. Keep clicking all the wrong things. Right, and that can go in there. Okay, it's not the fastest, but we only need one for the time being, really. And we need deep dark data. And then we need to make a warden prediction. That can go in there. Right. Unfortunately, this bit is going to involve a lot of copying and pasting. And a lot of item cards. I need to change the, there's a few things I need to change, actually. Like, I need to change the parallel hatches on them. I'm also going to need a ton of counting filters. My character's arm is going nuts. Right, if we just make, say, another stack of those for now. Right, so if we do that, we're going to be extracting, and we need to speed that up slightly. And this, we're going to need to do on all of these. Just not like that. Hold on. Actually, we want counting filter in there. There we go. That's better. Okay, so counting filter goes in there. Right, nothing's going to happen in here anyway, just yet. Right. Let's grab card cloner. And this is going to be the same for all of these and any subsequent ones we put on top of here. Right, I think I'll just try and get this side kind of set up for now, and then I'll probably do these other two tomorrow. We still need to get the actual power output to here yet as well. I think for right now, I'm going to just use 16 amp hatches on each side. 16 amp IV hatches on each side. And hope that that is going to be enough. What is 16 amps of IV again? How much is that? Yeah, 131,072. Okay, so we need 3 of those. And hopefully we might actually need more than this on a few of them. Oh, that's not the right thing. Yeah, we might need more than this on a few of them. But we should just be able to switch out this converter. Well, this is kind of... I'm not sure how I feel about... Oh, I did freaking energy hatches, not converters. God damn it. Well, now we've got 316 amp IV energy hatches. Well done, me. I forgot that the converters don't show up properly. Wait. Ah, yeah, okay. Whoops. Anyway, right, let's set up the peer-to-peers on here. Oops. There we go. Right, that's got power. Yeah, this is kind of awkward. Okay, right, they've all got power now. And then we just need... do that. Okay, and then we'll do, like I say, we'll do the rest of them. The other side tomorrow, but I want to get at least this side sorted. So that will be inserting on orange. There we go. It has power. Right, we need... one of these. Alright, so we need to clone that. Clone that. You know, we'll do at least the power into these. Since we're kind of on a roll with this. I think if anything's going to start lagging my base, it's probably going to be this. I want to make sure this is actually working properly. I mean, it seems to be. I haven't checked on it in a while, but that seems to be doing it. All right. Okay, so that should be... we just need... Actually, no, everything should have power in there now. At least the simulation chambers do. Got our first warden prediction. Okay. So that takes care of those. So the other thing we're going to have to do is... Right, first of all, we know we need to insert into here with a filter, which we don't have many of. Grab those. We'll take that and filter that for those and match NBT. That one's set on into there. Obviously also going to have to give this thing some power. And we got Warden Tendril, which is what we want to get from this for now. Okay, and then we're just going to have to extract from here 2 different spots. One on orange and one that's filtered for the various different matters that will extract straight back into the ME system. That should start taking those out of there. Perfect. And then any warden predictions will go into there. Okay. So we're going to need to copy both of those. And just copy this over to here. Then these. Right, before we do anything else, let's just make sure we have storage for the warden tendrils, since that's the only thing that's going to be coming through here for now. So the warden tendrils are from Money Labs. And then basically everything from these needs to be extracted to the ME system. There we go, right. And then we just got to go along and copy all 3 of those. Oh my god, this is getting to be a mess. Let's get rid of all of this for now. Right, we just need to copy all of those. Yeah, 1.7.10, it did seem to run a hell of a lot better. I guess there was a lot less going on with it. There was a lot less for it to actually deal with. Okay. Only, I've just realized that we did not want to copy this entirely. So I'm going to have to go and redo that. For right now, as a placeholder, we're going to have to copy that and paste that in there. Otherwise, we are going to end up getting Warden predictions coming into all of these. Which we don't want. Which, like, as we add new things onto these, we'll have to switch stuff over. Let's make sure that it hasn't put any other Warden predictions in those. It hasn't. Okay, good. Right, so that is basically how this is going to work. We're going to have to set each of these to the inputs of these to a different channel. And we're going to need to put a redstone input on each of these. So that's going to be channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, channel 4, channel 5, channel 6, channel 7, channel 8, and channel 9. And since this is making Warden tendrils, we want to set that. And if we just say we'll set it to shut off when there is, say, 5 Warden tendrils for the time being. Obviously, we're going to change that in a moment. And that will emit a redstone signal until that's over that. And we want to make only import into here when channel 1 has a high redstone signal. So that will keep importing into there until that drops below there. So if we set this to 1, and then we take these out of here, won't put anything more in there. So yeah, we can set this to shut off when we need it to. So if there's anything that we don't need a huge amount of, they were not, no. I'm just so used to pressing shift when I'm doing this. Thank you for pointing that out, Fail. I missed that. How are you doing? I would have noticed eventually, probably when I burnt through all of my resources, but I would have noticed eventually. Doing alright? I'm glad to hear it. How's Nope Zone going? But this is basically how this is gonna work. Well, let's go and move one of the other things from up at the top, and then after that, I think we'll probably call it a day. So let's move the wither data one. So the wither, kind of the wither realm data. Slow, but at least alive now. Always like seeing how you set a lot of this up. I think I do it in a very different way a lot of the time to most people do. To how most people will do it. Alright, and then this is going to be for Wither realm data, and we'll just say 8,000, 16,000 for these. So when it is below 16,000, let's switch all of these over as well. And then we need to set this to insert with the predictions. There we go. Different is nice because you get to learn new things. That's good. Learning is good. I really wish we could shut things like these machines off with redstone. That would make life so much easier. There we go. So that will now keep going with the data models. I kind of want to get one of the more. Actually, we should be able to make more of the Warden predictions, shouldn't we? Or more of the Warden data models, just to make sure this works with adding more things onto here. But this is the way. This is one of the reasons why I always take so much time, kind of figuring these things out and arguably over-engineering them, is just so that they're easy to expand later. So if I want to add, say I wanted to add something to here, all I need to do is basically just copy all the cards that are in there. And then that's it. I do need one more card cloner, though. 3 is not enough. There we go. Right, so yeah, if we want to add to this, all we got to do is just clone all of the cards in here. And then as soon as we put that in there, should be good to go. All right, so that is the general gist of how we're going to set this up. And then we're going to have to obviously move everything from upstairs down here. I might AFK for a little while. We're already back up to 54,000 ender pearls, by the way. I haven't got a shut off for these yet. Scalable builds, exactly. I mean that's the thing that always takes the time for me is kind of that figuring out. Okay, what am I going to need to do? Like, am I going to need to scale this up later? And if so, what is going to be the easiest way for me to do that? It'll take longer for me to figure out now, but once we actually start kind of having to add to it, it just becomes really easy. I've been there. You always used to be the same way, Estu, which is why I'm so kind of anal about doing it now. I just want to make sure things do come out of here as intended. They should do. And actually, let's actually move a couple more down here and make sure that my idea. Actually, before we do that, let's make sure that we've got these set up on correctly. So that should be channel 3, channel 4, channel 5, channel 6, channel 7, and channel 8, and channel 9. Nope, wrong one. Right, and those will correspond to each of these. Right, let's go and see how we handle multiple data models of the same type. And make sure that does work as intended. I'm going to get rid of that. So this would be blaze rods. So the 2 blaze ones are blaze rods, and where's the sulfur? There's the sulfur. Blaze rods and sulfur. And we'll leave that one for now. Actually, we're also going to need monitors on each of these, aren't we? God damn it. Unfortunately, the monitors do make it slightly awkward to see the actual emitters, but that I hadn't really considered. Well, hopefully we shouldn't need to get to the emitters very often. Anyway, let's do 2 of these. So if we put the one blaze model in there, that will be extracting on orange to get to there. Then if we have the other one, we need to change that onto channel 2. And then that will insert on here on channel 2. Then we've just got to switch those out for blaze predictions. Put that in there. Ooh, why are you... Oh, right, yeah. Right, so we'll do the right-hand side one as for blaze rods. How many blaze rods have we got at the moment? 16,000. I'm guessing I haven't got much space past that. Oh, no, I've got plenty. Have we? Wait. Yeah, 30, up to 32k. So if we set that to, say, 30,000, that should start. And then this was for sulfur. Which sulfur, I'm pretty sure we have... We can't really actually do anything with the sulfur now. Although I guess we set it to 17,000 for now. It will just keep running, since it will never go below that. Ooh, okay. Why... Oh, I was looking. It was 130k in there already. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? That's... Yeah, so that should go, and then those ones should go through into there. And then if we shut this off for now, just so we know that these ones, the ones from here, should only ever go into here. So put blaze rods on there. And with the realm data. And warden tendrils. Oh, and we complete the quest. What did I do for... Oh, 160,000. We don't need that many. Yeah, and that's gone into there just fine. So we'll set that to 120,000. Is already over, and we will set that to 16,000, so that should keep going. And we shouldn't have any more go into there. There we go. That is the general gist of it. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Things are all right. I am just about to call it a day, though, unfortunately. We don't want to add too much more to this just yet because we are still needing ender pearls. We are back up to 55,000, but we should be okay. But we need all of these to get self-aware and then move the ones from upstairs down here and then start adding things into the rest of these. Stuff that we only need a small amount of. I might actually move the blaze rod over there because the blaze rod's one thing that we don't need a ton of. It's hot. It's 7:30, so it's not late. I'm struggling a little bit. That's all. Anyway, we will finish this off probably tomorrow. Where we will hopefully also get to Cryolobus, so we can start getting in all of the things and all the things we need. We can now do up to like 160 data models with what we're producing in terms of, or what we can produce in terms of prediction matrices. So if we can get up to, we can start kind of having more coming in for things like iron and tin and stuff like that as well, which is fine. But yeah, we'll get to that tomorrow. We did manage to get all this sorted. We got Enderium set up. That should now have stopped. It has. Perfect. Then hopefully tomorrow we can get to Cryolobus, and then let me get rid of all these. Get to Cryolobus, and then get our tier 4 rocket and get ourselves to Glacio, where we can start drilling for... Actually, what else is there at Glacio? Hold on. We know there's Cryotheum, which is the main reason we want to go there, but are there any veins here that we want to get? There's Cavenite and Naquidar. Kyanite, mica, and polysite. More monazite. Saltpeter, electrotine, and allanite. Oil sands. Oh, could be a potentially big one. Iridosmine and osmiridium. Those will give us iridium. What else comes from iridium? Can't remember what else we get from that. Iridium, a little bit of osmium, and some rhodium as well. And the osmiridium will obviously give us osmium, little bits of iridium, and some ruthenium too. So that will give us another source for those, which is nice. No, the planets are Ad Astra. It's pretty much a similar thing to Galacticraft, but I'm not the same mod. All right, everybody, it is time to call it a day. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I do massively appreciate it. Thank you for the raid from Ziddick. Thank you to all the people who subbed or gifted subbed or cheered. And just everyone for being here. And also thank you, Guitar Freak, for the raid as well. I can't forget him. But thank you, everyone, for being here. I will hopefully be back tomorrow. Keep an eye on the Discord. I will let you know, guys, know in there if I'm not. There's a chance I might be lowering the amount of streams soon. We'll see, though. Hopefully not. But anyway, guys, have an amazing rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Just take care of yourselves.